have to turn back and see. You can do grossest things on the planet and not bother about it, feel very proud that you're anyway going to go to heaven because you did all this nonsense. There is no experiential dimension, you're just believing something. Once you believe something, your belief and somebody else's belief are bound to clash somewhere. The conflict in the world is not between good and evil, please see this. Though people always claim it is so, it is not true. It is always one man's belief versus another man's belief. So religion has become a problem because we have reduced it into just a set of beliefs. If it was experientially true that you really felt God, then could there be conflict? There is no such possibility, isn't it? But because you're growing from a belief system, you're not willing to make the effort of going beyond what you have gathered from others and looking at life by yourself. That is why there is conflict. If you do not know, there will be no conflict. If you know, there will be no conflict at all. But when you pretend to know, there is bound to be conflict.
On discussions concerning
business politicians, and business and politics go together in Africa. You cannot stand as a poor man. I came across a wonderful example the other day from Kenya, where a man who cycled around on a bicycle was trying to get himself elected, and the people just laughed at him and they say, "You've only got a bicycle, what can you do for us? We need a big man with a big car with money. That's the politician we need to." So there's this mentality which I think has allowed a very small group of people to take over those countries politically but also economically, and that's why you have something like, I think the World Bank says, between 60 and 70% of Africa's capital shifted out of the continent. It's in banks in Europe and Asia and maybe America as well. But these people just do what the colonialists did, which was suck the wealth out and shift it overseas. And until that changes, that is, until there's a new generation or even a revolution that actually takes power back to African people, I think those problems, that lack of development, will continue.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you via the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct. Today is the 16th day of July, being Saturday, in the year of our Lord 2022. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers, even your enemies. Do not deny your enemies this hallowed platform where we preach enlightenment, where we preach liberation, freedom. This is a freedom radio, Radio Biafra in defense of freedom. Therefore, today we are going to also continue on discussions concerning religious issues. With me is, as usual, Wada Marianti Heather. Therefore, please, I urge you to draw nearer to your listening devices as we continue, because what we are doing is a 360-degree restoration. genuine physical restoration or freedom will never come until we are mentally freed. Because mental enslavement is worse than physical one. Once you remove yourselves from mental enslavement, now you look for genuine freedom. It is not flag independence we are looking for. No, not flag independence. That is what Africa had. Flag independence, whereby they continue maintaining the structure being laid down by foreigners in Africa in the name of independence. What we are looking for is genuine restoration, whereby an African nation is genuinely independent, genuinely, so that we can take care of our future, genuinely, so that we can showcase to the world that after all there are Africans that can do something, that can contribute to the development of this world. Not only consuming, not only importation. They program us in order to be consumers all day round, all year round, all decade round, all century round, without contributing nothing, without producing nothing. But we here in this hallowed platform, we are trying to change the status quo, please, albeit even religiously. Therefore, before I bring in Wada to present herself as usual, I will go into prayers. Please, we shall pray, and our leader will lead us on a prerequisite prayer. Please, let us pray.
n'ihi ikpete maazị anyị ga-anọkọ ya wee kwuo okwu anyị ga-ajụkwa esewesị ọgụ ụzọ dị anya ka njem asị wee malite anyị ga-asị na mmadụ dịka Patrik mara azụ kwere n'ihi ya ka anyị wee were ọnwa anyị wee na-arịọghị nna nke dị nsọ si gị biko otuto niile na nsọpụrụ niile na ịja mma niile na mbuli aha elu niile na ịbụ isi ala niile dị ọha nsọ ya Chukwu okike abịa mụrụ ọrụ obodo ebighị ebi.
He said, once again, I welcome each and every one of you onto this hallowed platform. Today being Saturday, the 16th of July 2022. In this hallowed platform, Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Without taking any more time, I will bring in our sister. Wada, please introduce yourself, make your introductory statement before we move on.
Good afternoon, Mazi, Jonathan. Good afternoon, my fellow friends. Happy Shabbat. My name's Marian Hida, and I'll be speaking from Maryland, United States. As usual, I wish we all a good listening ears as we pay attention and glean, learn, ask questions to what we're doing today. It's all about us, our existence, our values, our cultures, how they define who we are. Again, welcome, Radio Biafra.
Section 39 of the Nigerian Constitution says every person shall be entitled
Well done there, Wo.
There
We are good to go. We are good to go. Now, once again, I welcome each and every one of you listening to our voice, our voices today. We must continue in doing what we are doing. Please, please, and please, draw nearer to your listening devices, because today is going to be explosive as usual. We learn from each other. Please. I will play, before I go on, I will play this clip where, you know, we believe in white person's accreditation. So let me play it, because many people have been inboxing me, telling me, Mazi, is this real? And because I don't know, this is a good thing, because what we did in Belgium, Brussels, last 2 months, I think, or last month, sorry, is yielding fruits. An EU parliamentarian has spoken, asking for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Please listen. Listen.
On bail. Chapter 4, Section 39 of the Nigerian him to be released on bail. Chapter 4, Section 39 of the Nigerian Constitution says that every person shall be entitled to freedom of expression, including freedom to hold opinions and to receive and impart ideas and information without interference. The Constitution says that every person shall be entitled to freedom of expression, including freedom to hold opinions and to receive and impart ideas and information without interference.
We must continue. This is an EU parliamentarian asking for our leader's release. Everybody knows that our leader committed no crime, even under the Nigerian constitution. That is the reality. But does the Fulani Caliphate understand what is constitution? You know, they are feudalists till today, Rankadede. They don't understand the modern governance. They don't understand it. They don't understand what it means to be bound under a constitution, both Dick and Harry. No. You know what is going on in Nigeria? They are talking about democracy. Is stupidity. Is feudal system whereby you know, the president or the chief executive gives order and everybody follows. That's it. That is why when they asked the impostor, Boris Johnson asked him about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, why is he not released? He said he started talking as if because he's the caliphate. He didn't know that in a democracy there is a division of power, that the executive should never interfere in the affairs of the judiciary or the legislature. No, it didn't, because it is, they understand the feudal system. That is what they understand. Do you see people criticizing, as usual, as they did, criticizing the caliphate government? Do you see them doing so? Like what they did during the Jonathan time. Good luck, Jonathan. Everybody was running mouth. You know, religious leaders were, you know, marching on the streets, carrying coffin of, you know, an effigy of coffin of Good Luck Jonathan on the streets, and nothing happened because it's a democracy. But go do it now. Everybody, where is? I used to ask. I say, where is Obia Ezekwesili? People that we are coming every day asking Chibok girls today, more thousands of people, more than Chibok girls have been kidnapped, or we are being kidnapped every day. Where are they? Do you see the caliphate? They don't understand modern governance. That is why, for us being together with them is a tragedy, a very huge tragedy for us. That is why we are doing what we are doing. And we must deliver ourselves from this quagmire, which we put ourselves in the first place, or allow ourselves to be put into in the first place. Before I continue to the topic of the discussion of the day, which is the topic of our today's discussion, religious discussion, is benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, bad influence of foreign religion. That is what we are going to discuss about today. Please, lend us your ears. Listen to this hallowed platform so that you learn Tebonka. But before I go to the topic of our main business, today's business, I will read just few headlines, please. Few headlines. 2 priests kidnapped in Kaduna. It's no more news. Every day, priests, pastors, Christians, they are being kidnapped and killed. Some of them killed in everywhere in Nigeria, mostly in the north. Do you understand? That is what is happening. And they say northern Christians storm Aso Rock to protest Muslim ticket. Northern Christians storm Aso Villa in a protest. Where are the southern Christians? So why are they dividing themselves? Why can't they do this thing, you know, all of them at a time, spontaneously? You know, they divide themselves. We learn from every situation. We should learn. from every situation. The irony there is the people that are defending this Muslim ticket are Igbo politicians. Igbo politicians. They have given a defense, a pattern of defense as usual. You know, as the Turkish Christians, they invented the weapon that we are using conquering them by the Ottoman Empire. That is exactly what is happening in Nigeria. The Igbo Biafran politicians are the ones bringing up things, defenses and weapons to continue pulling us down and putting us into abyss of Nigeria. Do you remember Jesus Carlo defending Tinubu, saying that Tinubu's wife of 40 years is even a pastor? Now Shetima, the Boko, the so-called the vice presidential candidate of Tinubu, he have repeated it. It will be what they will be hammering now. The idea was brought about by an Igbo man. That outcast in Lagos, the Gota Kilina, Joe Ibokwe, he reiterated it the other day. That how can Tinubu Islamize, whereas he cannot, his wife is a Christian. Now Shetima have reiterated it, that look, Tinubu did not Islamize her soulmate or his soulmate of 40 years. How can people be afraid of Islamization? But these people don't understand. Ask them. You know, whenever they talk this rubbish about a Muslim marrying a Christian woman, a Christian girl, it is allowed in Islam. Let me tell you, it is allowed. Do you know why? You know, marriage is being used as a weapon of jihadism, a jihadi weapon in the Islamic faith. Do you understand? A Muslim man can marry or is allowed to marry a Christian woman or a non-Muslim woman. Do you understand? After all, Prophet Muhammad married even a Jew. He married a Christian. That's it. Do you know why it is so? It is allowed in order to stop the generation of that woman from continue in their ideology or Christian ideology. Because normally the man is the head of the family. Ask those that are yabbing Tinubu. Ask what of the children born by the woman? Are they Christians or Muslims? Just let people start asking questions. You know, they bring one thing and one lie, spread it and use it to confuse the imbeciles called Nigerians. Ask them. Okay, Tinubu married a Christian woman. Can a Muslim girl be allowed to marry a Christian man without them forcing the man to say what they call the Shahada, to turn to Islam? It's not allowed. It's not allowed. People should stop being deceived by these political gimmicks and shenanigans. After all, Ottoman Danfodio, when he conquered the Hausas, he ordered the Fulani that came in later to marry non-Fulani women, non-Fulani girls, as many as they could. But any religion, it doesn't matter, because once you marry a Muslim marries a Christian woman, the offsprings become unnaturally and authoritatively becomes a Muslim or becomes Muslims. They become Muslims. But tell them, these people that are showing you example of Tinubu and his Christian wife, let them show you a Christian man that married a Muslim wife. That Christian that is not allowed, that he didn't change to Islam. Just kind of reasonable, you know. Sometimes I see that Nigerians are not reasonable. Honestly, they are not reasonable. They allow Ike Fulani to continue deceiving them with cheap lies and political gimmicks that amounts to nowhere. Just ask them this question. Okay, that woman you say is a wife of Tinubu. What about the children? The male and female children. What are they? Are they not called Mohammed? Are they not? Just ask. Ask questions. You know, when they marry a Christian woman, the generations of that ideology is stopped. It changes ideology. Only that woman is allowed to stay what she is without influencing the children. That is how they roll. It is allowed. Do you understand? But it is an Igbo politician that started bringing this defense. And do you understand? We must continue. INEC spits fire over PVCs allegedly buried in politician's house. They spit fire, but what do they do? What would they do about it? Nothing. They spit fire. You know, as Nigerians are 15 minutes memory people. After today, that one is gone. All of them, they are buying PVCs. They look at what is happening in Ocean governorship election. Openly they are buying votes. Some whether they fry chicken and say if you vote for us, and once you vote for us you take this chicken, and they will tell you that this is a democracy. Do you see? We are everybody, and you are talking about PVC. Yeah, PVC. You take your PVC, you sell it to 1,000. 1 cup of curry, and that one, the lawyer in your the following 3 hours, and it's gone. You sell your future. All these things, PVC, this and that, it doesn't work in Nigeria. It's a window display to deceive everybody. Do you understand? Now they found very big quantities of PVC being buried by politicians in a high-profile politician's house. What is he doing there? The ones he bought, so that he will use it to influence. Tomorrow they will say, after voting, they say, "Oh, this is a democracy." Look at animals operating democracy. Sometimes I look at it, I laugh tired. Look at orangutans operating democracy. Is there democracy now? That is why, even if they kill 1,000 people, the European observer mission, they will come and say, anyway, few monkeys and baboons were slaughtered anyway, but it doesn't matter. Their lives doesn't matter. So it will not affect the overall result of the election. Therefore, they mark it good. They will laugh in their hotel, say, "I beg, at least it's their democracy. Look, leave it. These are monkeys, savages." And you applaud Imena democracy in the era. Okay, I'll continue. CJN, Chief Justice of Nigeria, to earn 10 million naira monthly as court orders increment of judges' salaries. You know, Nigeria, they made Nigeria for them. Somebody will be earning 10 million naira every month, whereas the minimum wage is 30,000 naira, which people are not paying safe. People are not receiving their salary, but a judge will be taking 10 million naira every month. Do you understand? When you check, you know, some time ago I have played about the clip of where somebody enumerated the remunerations of a deputy governor, former deputy governor, not a present one, former deputy governor, that the government pays him, changes his car every 2 years. It gives him heavy cars. Ordinary deputy governor. People never talk about former governors. People never talk about former presidents. When you see And you know they don't owe them. Maybe a former president will be, every year he will be given 20 SUVs, chassis. Every year. Maybe. With other monetary remunerations and payments. They pay for your gardeners, they pay for your servants, they pay for this and that for you. Former presidents, former governors, former deputy governors, senators, former senators. Now you check how much all these things are consuming. In a country whereby the poverty capital of the world, and people are not rising up. It is highly absurd. Honestly speaking, it is highly absurd. Here it says criminals infiltrated headsmen IPOB to cause insecurity in Southeast. That is it Sarkin Fulani of the leader of Hausa community in Anambra State, Haruna Garba, has attributed the current spate of insecurity in the Southeast region to the infiltration of criminal elements into the activities of headsmen and the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. Let me tell you, these people, they know how to change the narrative. What is happening is activities of the headsmen, is what they program to happen. Remember the words of Obadiah Mailafia. They will, in this 2022, they will start killing prominent people. You understand? They will. Is it not what is happening? They said criminals infiltrated headsmen. That is life from the pit of hell. It is an agenda that, agenda, anytime this one reaches, they do it. That is what is happening now. And they say IPOB is one of the causes. That is rubbish. Because IPOB, ESN is in the bush trying to checkmate the activities of these terrorists. Ask the Sarkin Fulani. During 2020 COVID lockdown, where are those people that are being smuggled into Biafra land? Where are all those military-aged boys? Where are they? And what for? He cannot answer that question. As Fulani headsmen have over the years been coming into the Southeast with their cattle without qualm, but since the infiltration of the murderous ones into their midst, peace has equally eluded the people in this part of the country, because it is an agenda. That is the thing. They know what is happening, but they are trying to throw you off, as they always do. Do you remember the early time, 2015, when the emirs, the Fulani governors, the presidency, they are defending the headsmen for carrying rifles, carrying assault rifles? They are defending them. Even to the extent that time, the late Buhari defended them in the presence of Donald Trump. That no, they don't carry rifles. After all, they carry only knives for their foliages. Have you forgotten? They defend them. A time came, they say no, he's foreigners killing Nigerians. Rufai, governor of Kaduna State, said he even went as far as going outside Nigeria to pay Fulani headsmen, foreigners, not to come to Nigeria and kill Nigerians. No, they don't see that. Because they believe and know that the indigenous people in Nigeria, they are stupid. 15 minutes people. That is it. Let me leave it there. We continue. Why federal government should release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu autumn? Yes. This man, no matter what, he has been outspoken. Have you ever seen any of our governor or the governor in Biafra land, right from Enugu to Bayelsa, coming up to say release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Have you ever seen any of that? The answer is no. But this man has been talking, outspoken, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released. And kudos to him. That's it. Because come out and talk first. Now let us hear you. Instead, what they talk about is only their politics. It's only in Igbo politicians that love their parties more than their people. After all, he said that they are elected to defend the tenets of the Nigerian the Nigerian constitution, not to uphold the people's wishes, people that elected them. Do you see the mentality, their mentality? That they are not there to do what you want. It's what the caliphate wants. That is why they are there for their parties. Even if the parties is to kill everybody, every Biafran or every Igbo man, they are ready. They are ready. It's very sad. Now, last but not the least, Nigeria under witchcraft spell. Pastor Enenche, he said Nigeria is under witchcraft spell. Pastor Enenche, he might have his reasons. I don't want to go into details of reading it. Look, let me read a bit. The General Overseer of Dunamis Church, Pastor Enenche, has said that Nigeria is under witchcraft spell and national bewitchment. Do you see how this statement is bent? Do you understand? They are all these things in order to make our people to continue going religiously, spiritual, casting out the demon of witchcraft holding Nigeria. Do you see where we always castigate them? Because they are not straightforward. You understand? The people that bewitch Nigeria are the caliphate. They are nothing bewitch Nigeria. If people should rise up and hold people irresponsible, hold the few people holding politicians holding them, holding everybody, with many religious elites. It's not no demon, no witchcraft, no witch. So that people will not be knocked off trying to pray, remove the spirit that is holding Nigeria, the witch that is holding Nigeria. This is bunkum. Do you see? Saying half-truth is very dangerous. You know, saying half-truth, they are deceiving the gullible. Do you understand? As he said like this, he might call for prayer for his church members. Come, fasting and prayer for Nigeria, so that the Nigeria will come out of that spell. That is rubbish. Once you don't do what you are supposed to do as a human being, you bear the repercussion. There is no witch holding Nigeria. Do you understand? It is how the people were managed, how the people were being directed, and they accept it without questions. People fail to understand. People are ignorant, trying to find solution where there is no solution. That is what is holding everybody. We are with people that we don't share same value system. We don't understand them. I was watching one documentary about the Guantanamo Bay the other day, where the people, the prisoners that were renditioned by US to Guantanamo Bay. Now, one American military official was saying, he said something that touched me. He said, we are dealing with people, we don't even know their value, we don't understand their value, and they don't understand ours. They know that there is a very big problem. Even in he say, you don't hear their language, even what they want we don't know. Their values we don't know. Their values we don't know. Our values they don't know. That is the problem. What they think is right is very bad for us. What we think is right is very bad for them. So they say that is why he know that America is in a long haul. They are in a quagmire. Because there is no way they can reconcile with this type of people. They don't understand them, and they don't understand the Americans, the American value. They see it as a devilish. I say, bingo, that is the people you want us to continue being together. That is the problem we are having in that zoo. Because we don't share no value at all. We don't share no value. No value system we share at all. So that is the problem we are having. You see, imagine Afghanistan being uprooted and put as part of maybe 57th state in America. Look, just imagine that, how it will be. Fire will go everywhere in the United States. Everywhere. That is what we are suffering in Nigeria. People we didn't know, people we don't know, they see our values as evil. Also, we see their values as not human. Because how can you kill somebody because of what you call it blasphemy? Blasphemy, that he blasphemed against one Arab man that have died 1,600 years back, or 1,000 plus years back. Now you just burn the person alive, and you say, you know, it is horrible, because we don't know that. It is absurd, but they defended it. They say it is their way of life. Now, why are you troubling us, troubling our lives to stay with this type of people? We don't know their value, and they also see our value as absurd. We want development. We preach all that matters to us is law, so that live and let live. As long as you don't breach any law, you are good to go. As long as you are doing you mind your business, no problem. You don't cross my road, I don't cross yours. All we preach is love, unity among ourselves. These people said no. They are preaching violence because of their religion, and you want us to continue living with them? The answer is no. Foul. One, I don't know whether you have anything to say to add on this before I continue, please.
Excuse me. Yeah, Mazi, I will come in as we proceed. I will come in. Hello?
Yeah, go on. The whole world is hearing you. Please, go on.
Yeah, Mazi, I was saying that you go on. One or two things I would have touched was they said it all, but let me just pivot a little bit. The EU announcement is a welcoming development. I'm even happier because it was a woman that raised that thing on the floor, not because I'm a woman. Why I say that is because when true women want to work, they work diligently. So I hope, as a mother, as a wife, somebody who has children, she truly understood what we are going through. And most importantly, she meant that killing going on in Biafra land. Somebody like me that the encouragement to pound our way through. Victory is very close. Don't ask me when it's going to happen. But another thing I would like to add is this. You know, I think I mentioned it somewhere. I don't know whether it was on this program or one of the programs I called in. You know, British people are very tricky. You can never count that you're with them 100%. When Boris Johnson had that bilateral meeting with Buhari, and Buhari made that statement, you go and watch back, you could smirk on Boris Johnson. Because that place, remember it was world leaders meeting, that occasion. Some world leaders were meeting. Buhari exposed, knowingly or unknowingly, how he has inserted himself in the judicial system of the country. He thought he was being clever by trying to say, oh, I have nothing to do with it. But his statement came to play out at the end of the day. Now, why what the woman said is so poignant and so important? Now, those who have did not understand it will now get it. That why Nyako did not even read the so-called charges or listen to the plea that was tabled with her. Listen to the video I meant to say, of the invasion of the military in Hamadike's house was because I said it. There is nobody who will listen or watch that tape. I don't care how devilish the individual may be, that will not first of all cry and then just say release that man, because that is so powerful. That video is so powerful. That is why she couldn't bring herself to watch it. Maybe she watched it privately, I don't know, but she just could not bring herself to watch it publicly. So what she did was kick the can, okay, kick it so that she can have a breathing space. Whatever she wants to do, I don't know, but that's what is playing. But Buhari showcased to the whole world on that statement he made,
the impostor,
that there is no justice. Yeah, stupidly, there is no justice in Nigeria. That is a banana. In fact, Banana Republic is worse than Nigeria. Is better than Nigeria. That was what he did there. And Boris Johnson was just laughing. Go and what you will see a smirk on his face. So that is how they play. But our people, I'm talking about when it comes to that's why I said you said it all. That is this statement of fact. It's okay for a Muslim to marry a Christian as long as that Christian will be under their control, because they believe, according to their Quran, that we
Muslim man, be specific.
Yes,
a Muslim man
God
to marry a Christian woman.
Right.
Yes,
it's their God, Allah ordained right, because we are infidels, and the whole idea, even when you marry is to convert that person either by coerciveness or by force. That's the whole agenda. So look at Babangida, like the question you asked. Babangida married Miriam Babangida. Any of Miriam's children answering any, in fact, she herself converted to be a Muslim. Her name is Miriam. You know, that's a Muslim name. So for Shetima to come out to tell us this so crazy thing, our brothers like Ibokwe flaunted and Kanu flaunted. Okay? My question when I watched that interview is, why did the interviewer remind him of his tape, Kunle? His private tape, where he was in natural habitat, where he was in an environment where nobody was watching him, where he felt safe. Why couldn't that interviewer remind him of the things he said about how they, the Fulani, would never allow an Igbo man to hold any political position? Why didn't that interviewer ask him what the statement he told the Yorubas, that they are the one on businesses and houses in Lagos, that if they will have their way, they will make sentences will not be issued to the Igbos, to especially the pharmaceutical industry. Now, in that same voice tape, been passing around, people should go back and listen to it. Because like all these people that are following them, advocating for them, even to ask him this question, this Shetima, is the same individual trying to speak from two sides of his mouth. Why can't questions be asked to them? They should ask them questions, because at the time he made the statement, he was comfortable. Nobody forced him. He was not coerced. Because any other thing he's saying now that has been nominated as something desperate he wants to tell, he's playing here. In that note too, he said how came together book and what to elect because they were going to work with to elect into play. So how can anybody tell me it's okay to have Muslim ticket, even if you who has revealed to us his things Nigeria. He look at indigenous people of Nigeria as they, the Fulanis, the one that will chase the people of Nigeria into the abyss of the ocean. He's on tape. What are we talking about? We said it all. So let's get into the main
Thank you very much. We must continue. Yeah, we must continue. As I said, The topic of our today's discussion is benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. That is what we are going to discuss. Also, in other words, the bad influence of foreign religion. Now, but before I continue, please stop calling these people the House of Fulani. Do you understand? Stop calling these people the House of Fulani. They are not one people. There is nothing like House of Fulani as a people. What we have are the Hausa and the Fulani as different people. The Hausas are indigenous, the indigenous people. But the Fulanis, they are not. They are parasites. They are people that are rigmaroling in the desert. Anywhere they go, they try to steer problem, conquer, marry, you know, in order to parasitize, to wrap around the people and become answering one of them until they get their ground. That is what the Fulani is doing. Today, if you go to Google and ask the major tribes in Nigeria, you know, before they used to write it Hausa, Fulani, Igbo. Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. Sometimes they put Hausa stroke Fulani or Hausa Fulani. But now they are now putting it four major tribes. Do you know what? They will put Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, and the Fulani. They are adding Fulani letter by letter. And the so-called intellectuals, they are not seeing this. They are changing demography. Do you understand? In Nigeria, Fulani wants to get their complete foothold. Do you know that the Sokoto Caliphate is the largest caliphate being set up by the Fulani? Do you know that? Go and Google and read. It's the Sokoto Caliphate. That is why they are trying to import every Fulani. As Bauchi State Governor said, he made it clear. It will not be clearer. He made it complete clear that every Fulani in Africa is a Nigerian. And Nigerians didn't react as usual in their normal way. They reacted 15 minutes. Oh, this man, wow. After they use comedy, cover it with comedy. They say every Fulani, wow, could you Fulani go be, could you Fulani go take my own house? Oh yeah, now everybody will laugh. Quack, 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 quack. They don't know that these people are dead serious. They don't know. It's very, very terrible. Please stop calling them House of Fulani. The history of the presence of the house, the Fulani in Hausa land, started 1804. When Ottoman Danfodio, a Fulani man that was born in Hausa land, onto Fulani cattle headers that came from Putajelon. You understand? He grew up in order to be a Quran teacher, Sheikh, as you have Sheikh Gumi. And all of a sudden, he turned the Hausa people, jammed their heads together using religion. And they fought themselves, killed themselves, and offered themselves as a prize to the Fulani. And there it is. That is how they conquered the Hausa race. And they named the original Hausa kingdom Habe Hausa kingdom, Gobe. They renamed it Sokoto, which you are hearing till today. That is why it's called the Sokoto Caliphate. They created the Sokoto Caliphate till today. So please stop calling them House of Fulani. Also stop referring to Biafra land as Southeast only. Biafra land starts where every indigenous people are tying two-piece wrappers, as our leader have explained. It couldn't be more clearer. Not people that migrated, no. Indigenous women, the wives of indigenous people, their tradition is two-piece wrapper. When you look at it, right from Benue, Lower Benue, Kogi, down to Atlantic, all are Biafra land. Do you understand? I played for you the clip of one pastor that delivered one Deltan, not even Igbo. Is it Chikadibia? Are you an Igbo man? Say, no. What tribe are you? I'm a South. And sometimes I say, I never come across the stupidity, people that are more stupid and more gullible than our people. I never see it before. I'm telling you. It doesn't matter what happened. For you to deny your identity till today, you are denying it. Till today. It doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense. They tell you, where do you come from? You say, okay, I'm from Delta, a state created how many years back? Okay. What is your name? My name is Chikadibe, Emeka Chikadibia. What is your language? No, you don't know the name of your language, but you speak Igbo. You don't have any other traditional, any other home language. It's Igbo you speak. What do you call a hand? Is Aka. What do you call a leg? Is Oko. Say come in your language, Bia. Say go in your language, Gaba. Now, which tribe do you come from? African tribe you come from? I'm from South. Does that person merit any pity at all? It doesn't matter what they did to you in your brain, but as a human being, you're supposed to think. I say, come. Even if your father is telling you at home that no, we are not Igbos, but you speak Igbo in your house, you should ask your father as a human being you are, or you should be. But father, why are we speaking Igbo and you say we are not Igbos? Now what are we? No, we are South. But South was created after I was born. How many years back? Not up to 20 years ago. Why is it that we are called South? Only. What is our tribe? No, you don't have tribe. You just call South. You finish. You don't go. Don't you reason? Can't you even reason as a human being and say no? This thing doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. You take it foolishly. You come out to fool yourself in the public. I'm Chikadibia. I speak Igbo, but I am not Igbo. I'm South. You are also. We don't even need people like you because you are a shame to us. Honestly, we must continue. As I said, the topic of our discussion today says the benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, bad influence of foreign religion. Now we go on. Religion, as we know. What is happening? Somebody is calling me. My goodness me. Somebody is calling me. Please, if there is a problem, do not call. When you call, you are adding to the confusion. You can just flash me. Please, just flashing 1 second and off. You write me, please, is the best. There was break in transmission for 1 minute. There was break in transmission for 1 minute, and after it is back. But let me be sure, please. When this person is calling, the other person is calling. What I see is only confusion, nothing more. Confusion. Please. Let me do something. Rather, I will just hold on a bit. Let me do something on this, please. Let me check. Once we are broadcasting, we are checking many things everywhere. Our eyes everywhere. Your systems, your phones, the equipment, everything. Your voices, your eyes are there. So as I'm speaking now, even it's still going on buffering. So I want people to confirm. I think my voice is coming out. I want people to confirm that our voices are coming out, so that we continue, because we don't want people to miss an iota of what we are preaching here. Ozioma Chukwu ka anyị na-ezi. It is initiated by our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in order to preach to the people, to deliver ourselves mentally. That is what we are doing here, please. I want people to confirm that our voices are coming out before we continue, because it's as useless as if we preach and people didn't hear or didn't listen to it. Please confirm by sending me, don't call me, just send me text that my voice is okay. I think my voice is coming out, although here on the screen it is buffering. But we must continue. As I said, the topic of our submission today, or our religious discussion, says the benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, the bad influence of foreign religion. Religion, as we know, is somebody's perceived belief system of attaining spirituality. That is it. That is it. I think people are sending confirmation or confirmatory statements. Yes, you are on. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. It's okay. Your messages are all okay. We must continue. We are good to go, because I don't want, if you are doing the work of Chukwuoke and there will be distractions. It makes you go back to relent in the way the speed you are. Benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, bad influence of foreign religion. Religion, as we know, is somebody's perceived belief system of attaining spirituality. That is religion. Somebody's belief system, way of the way he thinks that you have to attain spirituality. Now he preach it and they have followers, and from there it will become spread either through one way or the other, because it is mostly by conquest. You understand? Otherwise, in this world we are in, whereby people are exploited, exploitation is allowed, as I preached the other day. I don't know how can a foreigner want you to a foreigner that come to steal your land, to steal the resources in your land, want you to go in a better place. I want people to be, to be down to earth, profound in reasoning. How can Europeans that they want you to even perish? Listen, my goodness me. My goodness me, it seems I am having fluctuations. I don't know what is happening. It says encoder error. We try shortly. Yes. My goodness me, what is happening today? We must sort it out. One other, please, because I think my voice is repeating now again. We must continue. I don't know the technical issue here, but we must overcome it. Even if they don't want us to preach, we must preach this gospel. I think my voice is coming out, and it will continue coming out clear and crystal clear. We must continue. Therefore, as I said, the topic of our submission, or the topic of our today's discussion, religious discussion, is benefit of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, bad influence of foreign religion. As I said before, religion, as we know, is somebody's perceived belief system of attaining spirituality. That is it. That is the reality. The way somebody think, that is how to attain spirituality. The belief system. One man, as I used to play his clip, Sadhguru, I respect that man. He said that if you know something, there will be no conflict. If you don't know, there will be no conflict. But if you pretend to know, there is bound to be conflict. If you pretend to know, when you know with facts, this heaven and hell, there is no facts. Everybody is just belief. That is why when somebody is talking, oh, it's like this, it's like this, it's belief, no facts, it's belief. That is why it should be on individual basis. But the way the world is, religion is mostly the source of conflict. You understand? So religion, as we know, is somebody's perceived belief system of attaining spirituality. Yes. Also, indigenous religion promotes the people's traditions, environments, and local products. Listen. Indigenous religion promotes the people's traditions, environments, and local products. Example, I will give you example. We can see how something like simple olive oil, olive oil, which is cooking oil that comes from the Mediterranean area, is being religiously revered in our land to the detriment of our own native oil. Do you understand? Do you see why religion promotes people's culture, people's things? Because the reason is that Christianity promoted it. Why? Because Christianity started from the Mediterranean area, where olive oil is commonly used as their traditional oil. Do you understand? Because Christianity started from the Mediterranean area, where this olive oil is commonly used as their traditional cooking oil. So it's normal. Do you understand me? Therefore, due to Christianity, people in the Mediterranean area profit by producing more olive oil, which you use for religious purposes in Nigeria. By your simple religious actions in Nigeria with this olive oil, millions of jobs are created in the Mediterranean area. I don't know why this thing is intermittent. I don't really understand why it is intermittent. It's displaying intermittency. Is not, I have confirmed, it is not problem of connection. Honestly speaking, it is never problem of connection. It will go and stop and say encoder error will shortly start, but it's coming now. I was giving example of olive oil. In Nigeria, many people think that olive oil is from heaven. Have you taken your time to ask or research on how much olive oil is imported into Nigeria? Have you taken your time? The answer is no. You are enriching people in a far place, in the Mediterranean side. People that, the condition, the climate in that area, Spain, Italy, even France, North Africa, Tunisia, Morocco, Libya, all these places, even Turkey. People in that area, the climate or the climatic condition is why olive trees grow very well that side. And during the start of Christianity, it's just like that, because it is what is used that side that even Christ used as example. Because you cannot use red oil. Red oil is not that side. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. So the reason why olive oil is going market well, because of the religious promotion attached to it in a faraway country like Nigeria. Do you understand? That is why I say Indigenous religion promotes the people's traditions, environments, and local products. Do you know how many jobs you are creating for people in Tunisia, for people in Spain, for people in Israel, for people in the Mediterranean area in Spain? Only for your consumption of olive oil, buying it, using it to rub on the head of say you are delivering people in churches. Do you know? You are creating jobs there. Do you understand? Now, do not forget, we are talking about the benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. Imagine that we uphold our indigenous religion and put value to our red oil, palm oil. Imagine that our palm oil were blessed oil on our you use it to pray and this and that will happen. Imagine everywhere will be sought for, and it will create job. People will be planting the trees more. Factories will be, in our land. Oh, where does the oil come from? No, oil then so palm oil then so. She from Biafra land. She from Alibo. And now so imagine. And now so now Spain, for example. And now see pastors using it to preach our own religion. Do you see it? It's what, imagine what I'm saying. It might be ridiculous to you, but that is what is happening, what you are doing. There are many. If you go to these Mediterranean countries, you see how they cherish olive oil. They plant it. The trees are growing everywhere. They are not cutting it. They are not destroying it because they need it in places like Nigeria. It is on high demand in churches. Do you see what we are talking about? Because by your simple religious actions in Nigeria with this olive oil, millions of jobs are created in the Mediterranean area. While trees in our land are demonized and cut down as the abode of evil spirits, more olive trees are planted and planted and planted to provide oil for your religious use in Nigeria. Do you see the benefit of upholding our indigenous religion? Why you are using, on foreign religion, they promote their thing and you are promoting it. You are promoting them. You are promoting their foreign things. You are helping them in the creation of jobs, job opportunities. Because when this olive oil, the seeds, I used to like the olive seeds anyway. I like it naturally. The trees are not cut down. Instead, more olive trees are planted. Now, from there, the factories that extract this oil everywhere. If you go to all these Mediterranean places, the factories extracting olive oil are everywhere, even in their villages. Many of them don't know that you are using it as a religious healing something in Nigeria. They don't know. For your information. Do you understand me? So that is it. If had it been, it is our own indigenous religion, our own religion that is we are improving. We export like this, and we have to use something that grows in our land. You understand? Maybe we start extracting ube, pear oil, for example, our pear oil, extracting it and sending it to the world as water through it. People will be buying it. If people are buying it now, pear oil, pear trees in our land will no more be regarded as where demons are residing. Instead, more pear trees will be planted and the factories will be emerging in order to extract the pear oil. I'm just giving you example. You understand? But in the absence of it, as long as you are in foreign religion, you must promote what they promote. You must buy and cherish what they promote. That thing that grows in the land of the origin of that religion is what you promote. You see it as a holy thing. Do you see what we are saying? Also, I give you another example. Hindus believe that Ganga river Ganges, flowed from heaven to purify humans. That is the belief of Hindus. That is why their river attracts millions of pilgrims all the time. Do you know when millions of pilgrims gather in a place, do you know what it means? Do you know the economic boost? Because people are coming there, they will eat. People must sleep somewhere. Hotels will be thriving. People that are selling mama puts, restaurants, there will be good market everywhere. They will be making money. That is it. Why? Because of people that came to pilgrimage in River Ganges. Do you understand what I mean? Because of the promotion of River Ganges by the Hindus. Do you see how the world is? Now, another example is Mecca is a pilgrimage destination for Muslims. Mecca. You see, by now, people are in pilgrimage in Mecca from all over the world. Do you know what it means? Economically, do you know what it means? Do you know that it is bigger than money? I mean, crude oil. It brings money, finance. It betters the economy more than crude oil. Anyone that is traveling to Mecca must have money to sustain him or herself, either privately or organized tours. Do you understand? In any way, it is still like that. Because people will sleep in a hotel, like in Saudi. Look at, they go, I think they have uniforms, white, what they call, is it jalabi or something, white wrapper. All these things, they buy it. It makes the local factory to grow. People that manufacture all these clothes, do you think it fall from heaven? People will buy it and cherish it and go back home with it and say that, look, this is a holy thing that comes from Mecca. You don't know that you are promoting some people's traditional religion and everything that goes with it. You know? Are created in the Mediterranean area, while trees in our land are demonized and cut down as the abode of evil spirits. More olive trees are planted and planted and planted to provide oil for your religious use in Nigeria. Do you see the benefit of upholding our indigenous religion? Why you are using, on foreign religion? They promote their thing and you are promoting it. You are promoting them. You are promoting their foreign things. You are helping them in the creation of job opportunities. Because when this olive oil, you know the seeds, I used to like the olive seeds anyway. I like it naturally. The trees are not cut down. Instead, more olive trees are planted. Now, from there, the factories that extract this oil everywhere. If you go to all these Mediterranean places, the factories extracting olive oil are everywhere, even in their villages. We are right. Many of them don't know that you are using it as a religious healing something in Nigeria. They don't know. For your information. Do you understand me? So that is it. If had it been, it is our own indigenous religion, our own religion that is, we are improving, we export like this, and we have to use something that grows in our land. You understand? Maybe we start extracting ube, pear oil, for example, our pear oil, extracting it and sending it to the world as water through it. People will be buying it. If people are buying it now, pear oil, pear trees in our land will no more be regarded as where demons are residing. Instead, more pear trees will be planted and the factories will be emerging in order to extract the pear oil. I'm just giving you example. You understand? But in the absence of it, as long as you are in foreign religion, you must promote what they promote. You must buy and cherish what they promote. That thing that grows in the land of the origin of that religion is what you promote. You see it as a holy thing. Do you see what we are saying? Also, I give you another example. Hindus believe that Ganga river Ganges flowed from heaven to purify humans. That is the belief of Hindus. That is why their river attracts millions of pilgrims all the time. Do you know when millions of pilgrims gather in a place, do you know what it means? Do you know the economic boost? Because people are coming there, they will eat. People must sleep somewhere. Hotels will be thriving. People that are selling mama put, restaurants, there will be good market everywhere. They will be making money. That is it. Why? Because of people that came to pilgrimage in River Ganges. Do you understand what I mean? Because of the promotion of River Ganges by the Hindus. Do you see how the world is? Now, another example is Mecca is a pilgrimage destination for Muslims. Mecca. You see, by now, people are in pilgrimage in Mecca from all over the world. Do you know what it means? Economically, do you know what it means? Do you know that it is bigger than money? I mean, crude oil. It brings money, finance. It betters the economy more than crude oil. Anyone that is traveling to Mecca must have money to sustain him or herself, either privately or organized tours. Do you understand? In any way, it is still like that. Because people will sleep in a hotel, like in Saudi. Look at, they go, I think they have uniforms, white, what they call, is it jalabi or something, white wrapper. All these things, they buy it. It makes the local factory to grow. People that manufacture all these clothes, do you think it fall from heaven? People will buy it and cherish it and go back home with it and say that, look, this is a holy thing that comes from Mecca. You don't know that you are promoting some people's traditional religion and everything that goes with it. You understand? Every economic advantage that goes with it. That is the thing. What of your own? What of your own? Only the money, landing fees of aircraft, what they pay. Landing fees at the Saudi airport. Do you know what it means? How many aircrafts landing in an hour in Saudi Arabia during this pilgrimage? They have the Mecca, the real Hajj, and the lower Hajj. Do you understand? The lower Hajj, they go it every time. That is religious tourism. Oh, that is where from there, once you go there, you will go to heaven. Do you see how they make that is their traditional religion, and they promoted it, they fought for it in order to export it everywhere around the world, and now it attracts people. They are reaping the dividends. There is nowhere as a Muslim in Pakistan you make Pakistan to be a pilgrimage of Muslims. It is impossible, because that is not their traditional religion. They impose it on them, no matter that they are Muslims, but it is importation. There is no way in Nigeria that kills for Islam that they will bring a pilgrimage for Nigeria. They will shift it from Mecca and bring it to Kasina, Daura. It is impossible because it is not their traditional religion. It is not traditional to them. It was imposed unto them. The same thing Christianity is imposed in our land also. There's no way you can go pilgrimage. Instead of going to Israel or going to Rome, now you start coming to Enugu or coming to Owerri. It is impossible in the name of Christianity. It is impossible. It doesn't matter how you believe it. It doesn't matter how you are. You cannot be more Catholic than Pope. It's impossible. Do you see what you are saying? They had all this economic situation is what religion promotes, traditional religion promotes. That is what I'm saying. Our indigenous religion makes us uphold, respect, and protect our local environments, trees, forests, and foods. It encourages us to uplift our spiritual attainment with respect to our local flora and fauna, to cherish and promote our own thing. Do you understand? We could bring more pilgrims and religious stories by promoting places like Ngwo Cave and the waterfalls in Enugu. Do you know that many of us don't know that there is something like this Ngwo Cave and waterfalls in Enugu? We could call it a holy healing water from Amadioha and sell it rightly, and it will people will be coming. Do you understand? Once we garnish it with our religious, local religious belief or traditional religion, now you see successfully people will be coming. That is one thing I cherish with the Yorubas. They are doing it. They are gradually doing it. Even they are shifting from mainstream Christianity and building their own empire. Do you understand? There is this river, I think in Ogun State or Ondo State, which they used to do every year. It is their tradition. It attracts many tourists from all over the world. But we don't have nothing, because we demonize our own traditional way of life. Instead, we cherish other foreigners' own. Yoruba, they are gradually doing their own. Even the mega churches, that the GOs, they are building their own castles, their own religious headquarters. Do you understand? In Yoruba land, in Lagos, in Ogun, in many parts of Yoruba land, so that every year people will come from all over the world, from America, from Australia, to come pilgrimage there. That is allowed. Is smartness. Our own, we condemn everything about our tradition. We condemn everything about our religion. We demonize it. How do you think that the land will be will be happy for us? How do you think so? I say, like this Ngwo Cave and the waterfalls in Enugu, we could call it holy healing water from Amadioha, and encourage people to be going. First, locally, people will be going there to take shower, to see it. It will bring, tourists, even religious tourism. That is what I'm saying. Upholding our indigenous religion also provides us with confidence needed to confront other foreign religions and cultures. But lo and behold, we are timid. We fight against anything that is ours, anything that is traditional to ours, anything that is our, to the extent even our ancestors, we turn against them. They push us to turn against, pray against ancestral spirit. That is where I'm telling you honestly. In this planet of survival of the fittest, our indigenous religion promotes and advertises our values and cultures. That is way of life to the wider world, which attracts mutual respect. It brings clarity and better understanding to those thinking that we are savages and born dependents. Many people, many foreigners thought that we Africans, we are savages, that we don't have culture. Our culture is killing. Do you understand? Our religion is savage religion. But if we uphold our traditional religion, it will clarify all this. it brings clarity and better understanding to those that think that we are savages and that we are dependents. We are born, we can't do nothing. We can't produce nothing. It is lie. Let me tell you, our religious household portraits and our masquerades, sculptures, our masquerades and sculptures tell a whole lot that we are genius in the art of pottery, wood carvings and iron smelting before the advent of the Europeans in our land. Do you understand? Let me give you more example. Archaeological excavations in Ibuku is being present there in Anambra State, reveal the notable bronze artifacts from a highly sophisticated bronze metal working culture dating to 9th century AD. Most of these artifacts are found today at the British Museum. These are some of our civilizations that foreign religion will demonize and push us into destroying them. That is why when you see a pastor telling you that, look, your problem, you go to your villages in that this and that, all those artifacts, they will come to destroy it. Tell him or gonna lie. Now lie you. Today our people see even our own religion, our way of life as evil. As on here it is a pity. I don't know how to start we should start refining and changing this narrative. Wherever somebody is doing, you see, when they see somebody doing any local thing, they say it's a ritual. Oh, he's doing bad thing. Whereas people dress in their suits, everything, go to church to do ritual. That one is not ritual. They don't know the meaning of ritual. I see that the problem we are having is language. They see ritual as only attached to our traditional belief. No. When you are going to the church, eating that oriri and nana, Holy Communion is a ritual, for goodness sake. That mass and a drug is a ritual. That preaching and after offering, so seed, this and is a ritual, for goodness sake. That is it. But ignorance makes our people to start seeing ritual as something extraordinary. Only when you come bring calabash, they say, oh, it's by doing bad thing. You can use all these things, pray. According to archaeological excavations in Ibuku, it is in the present day Anambra State. It revealed that a notable bronze artifacts from a highly sophisticated bronze metal working culture dating to 9th century AD. The time the Europeans are still savages. That time, our people, our ancestors you are casting out today, they know how. Go and Google it. Ibuku artifacts. Google it, is in Google. Google it. You go to the picture, you will see the pictures. You will see something that even people in this time cannot manufacture. Artifacts that they cannot be able to manufacture. Awesome. In Ibuku. What about Ndi Okozo? Which you call Okozo today? Do you know the origin of that name? These are people that are experts in iron smelting, blacksmithing, iron smithing. Do you understand that? That is why they call them Okozo. Ndi Okozo. Now today you call them Okozo. Ignorance is a very big disease. Do you understand? The time the Europeans never even understand all these things. Our people, we have been doing this, but because the Europeans came with their religion, they forced us, and with greed, people accepted and turned against our own. It's not accepting foreign religion that is the problem. The main problem is turning against our own religion, our own, calling everything that we are doing evil. Calling our ancestors, people that brought you out in this planet Earth, that they are evil. That is I'm telling you, that is why I speak here with much alacrity. In the Bible, Allah na try also I need because I am I don't know why other, please come in before I continue. Can you hear me, please? Go on.
Yeah, Mazi, I can hear you. Like as usual, you said a whole lot. But I'm going to start by saying one or two things, or kind of bring it from different perspectives. One or two things you mentioned. One is the you talked about our culture, religion, indigenous religion. The question is, I know probably we have discussed it before, but I want to tap into it before I proceed what I want to bring in. Indigenous religion is the belief, the culture of a group of people in a particular location or community. Now the question we must ask is this: these values, this way of life, call it religion, because that's what a way of life is, that this group of people are practicing or were practicing. How did they came of that knowledge? How did they acquire them? The answer may be simple, but it's one that we have all neglected. Why do I say that? We must first of all remember that we are not responsible in whatever location we find ourselves. And every location is unique to whatever is there, whether the plants, the leaves, or whatever that lives there, even the animals, they are unique in a particular location. So now, that brings us to understand that indigenous religion, or the values of what we call indigenous religion or spiritualism or practices, are shared collective ancestral ties. These are shared values, and these values were inspired to the philosophies of those days based on their geographical things that are present or were present in their immediate geographical location. That's how they were able to come up with these values. So now, because it brings me to what you just said about olive oil. Why olive oil? That's the question I asked when you said it. And you answered it, of course, Mazi. Because that's the predominant plant by which people in the East, that part of the world, were able to extract oil. And the basic purpose of this oil was for consumption, to cook. But our people, when we bought into this, when they sold this religion to us, of course you have to buy it with their values, which is their religion, which is their way of life. That is why now everywhere you see this way of life, you call it religion, is being practiced. They are following the footsteps of those people's value of life or way of life, using olive oil. Because the argument somebody like me will make is this: why olive oil? Does it mean that olive oil is sacred? Not necessarily. Because when you go to the people of the Middle East, they don't value olive oil like that. They value olive oil like the oil they use for cooking. The only time they use olive oil for medicinal purposes is when they use it as an infuser to make tincture. What am I saying? You get a leaf or you get herbs or fruits, and you want to extract the essence of that leaf, the excess of that root. You dip it into olive oil when you have heated the oil, and let it extract the essence of the material you want to use, that is the root or the herbs. That's the only way you can begin to attach some kind of medicinal quality to olive oil. Now come to our place. The same thing happened. When we pay attention, think a little bit, we don't have to go hard. We find that we have something called palm tree. You mentioned it, Mazi. Why palm tree? Because this is a plant that grows widely in a geographical location. So again, like I said, the way of life of people or their religion are based, are constructed, are came upon by the philosophers. These are thinkers. So that's what I'm using, the philosophers. I'm calling it, because when I use that word, I'm talking about the thinkers of the society. They are the ones that come up with these values. They look at the environment. They try to harness the environment. They work with nature, Allah. That is why even when you come to our own place, we always invoke Allah. Because everything they need emanates from the ground, Allah. So Allah is regarded as sacred. And those things that come out from Allah, to bless them, to be a blessing to them, because that's the only way they could survive and eat. It comes from the Allah. So you must respect the Allah. And then all those things coming out from the Allah are cherished because it's their source of life, source of sustaining life. So indigenous religion try to find a way to work in harmony, directly or indirectly, to harness nature. That's how they come up with this value system. So that is why palm oil should not be surprising to anyone that our people were using it widely to cook. But let's go a little bit with something with this palm oil. In the case of palm oil, we have what we call palm kernel. That's another source of oil extraction in this particular tree. When you extract the oil, the palm oil, you get it from the fruit, and when you crack the kernel, you get the kernel, the oil. Now, I'm going a little bit further. Why somebody like me will tell you that the value of the palm kernel oil is great when it comes to spiritual work, is greater than that of olive oil. I'm not saying it because I'm from there. Let's refresh back. I remember when I was growing up, Mazi, there is this thing you call convulsion. In Igbo language, you call it onyelu. Okay? You know it, Mazi?
Of course.
You know how our people, even today, you apply this principle, it works. Do you know how I witnessed this as a child? Being administered to my younger siblings. Anytime they're having this convulsion, I'm not going to deal with how it comes or how it attacks. It's an attack, that comes to this child. And it happens to people when they were a certain age, before 2 years or 3 years, the child, you see them suffering from this kind of attack. The only remedy and the best remedy they were using, Mazi, was palm kernel oil. Manako.
Gudaki.
Not the palm fruit. Gudako. When that thing, you get it and you are able to put into the mouth of that child, because when this is happening to these children, they clench their teeth. They close their eyes. They're going through the convulsion. If only you can get, even if it's a drop, and able to open the teeth of that child and drop that and put it at the anus of that child, Mazi, is automatic that child regains him or herself. So that tells me there's a mystery there. These are the things we have forgotten. These are the things we have neglected. Because I have never seen anybody use olive oil like that and it works. Maybe there are things they are using in their culture, they use olive oil to use in their culture that I'm not yet aware. But let's talk about who we are. The argument becomes, how did our ancestors get to have this knowledge? Again, it goes back to the first argument I made. Because in every location, there are geographical phenomena. There are, things, natural things that nature has put in there for the people to harness and live. And they are being inspired through the philosophers of that place to come up with these things. What has happened to us is, instead of us to continue to research, build on what our ancestors have done, we abandon them and begin to chase something we don't know, begin to chase something new. In that process, we have lost a lot of time. And what we are chasing is not our culture. What we are chasing is not native to us. This we are trying to learn. But let's do this. Christianity we speak about. The root of Christianity, if we must be honest to ourselves, is Judaism. Okay? Because Yeshua was a practiced Judaism. He worshipped in the synagogue. He was never a Christian. He never asked anybody to start another religion. I'm not going into that. But I just want to lay that as a foundation. Let's move forward. After he died, according to the history, according to the religious history, his followers, after 50 to 500 years, people began to tag them the name, the followers of Yeshua. Yeshua became the anointed one, became the Messiah, Christo, that's what it means. So now, they were prosecuted when they were, because Rome sacked Jerusalem, and so a lot of them were taken to captivity. That's when you hear the word Rome ruled the world. So at that particular time, we're talking about the whole of the known modern. Remember, at that time, Rome, indigenous religion, whatever that, we are not going into that right now. So now you have this set of people who were trying to practice their own indigenous religion, which was Judaism, call it Christianity, which is an extension or what use that from Judaism. And the Romans were not having it. I'm just paraphrasing this and putting it in a nutshell. People can go and look at the history, because I tell people, if you want to talk about this Christian religion or Judaism, not only from biblical point of view, go and research about the history. You will get more information. So now these Christians were being persecuted. It came to a time, after a while, and the president, the emperor of Rome, of one Roman emperor, decided to incorporate, make Christianity as the state religion. That's where I'm going. That's why I'm jumping, and I'm not going to details. Let us pay attention to see what happened, which was what our people were not able to do, our ancestors. I'm not saying they did not resist, but they did not resist hard enough. That is when you come to now, what you hear is Roman Catholic Christian. What does that imply? What is telling you there that the ancient Romans were able to put enough resistance that the only way this foreign religion, call it Christianity, whatever name you call it, was going to be accepted, allowed to flourish in Roman Empire, they must incorporate some of the indigenous religious practices. That is how it became Roman Catholic. That is why you become to see things like Christmas, things like Easter. They are not in the Judaic religion, because Judaism continued to be only practice. Forget about today. Only something that the Jewish people held sacred. They kept it close, continued to develop, and they refused, even though they were scattered over the globe. That was one thing that kept them.
They were even hiding it. They don't want any person to enter into it.
No.
Because they know it's good, it's original. They say it's for them. But you see other people want to impose their own religion on you. Don't you see that there is something wrong there?
I came for the Jews. I did not come for the Gentiles. Yeshua himself said it when he was alive. So it was for them. It was their culture. And Yeshua practiced every culture as a Jewish man. He practiced it. He worshiped in the synagogue. He did not borrow another person's culture. And even when he was confronted one or two, I said, I did not come for the Gentiles, I came for the Jews. Simple as that. So, but when some people took his idea, he never asked them to do anything, and now try to promote something new, tag his name in there, the Romans were like, this thing you're bringing to us, unless we insert our own way of life, we'll never allow it to function or flourish. That's how you got Roman Catholic. Now, Mazi, the people we are fighting with in the contraction called Nigeria, Mazi, that is the game they are playing. The Fulanis, you and I treated it, Mazi, we are the one that brought it up. Their original religion was not Muslim. It was not the original religion. They were conquered religiously. Muslim religion was introduced to them. They bought it. What have they done with it, or what are they doing with it? One thing they did, when you pay attention to the Muslim Fulanis, as a Fulani Muslim, they still maintain their indigenous culture, which is really who they are. They are still nomads. That's their culture. They are nomads. That's their culture. They don't shy away with it. It doesn't matter what, in fact, up to we are speaking today, that's what Boko Haram is fighting. They don't want any Western civilization. It didn't stop them from being politically savvy, because we must address these two things, because our people act like in one-way traffic. We see something, we just run for it, and we abandon that which we have. Even though we can smartly tell you a bird in hand is worth million in the bush. But in our own case, even
Even when we are holding 1 million birds in our hands, once we see one, we are willing to abandon 99, if not the 100, and chase it. Look at all the culture that are striving. Even when they embrace a new culture or religion, they don't give up that which makes them unique. That's what these Fulanis are running with. They have emasculated the Fulanis because the Fulanis have left their way of life, even following their own. The Fulani man, as a Muslim, practices, they believe in charms. They believe in doing all this medicine. They don't play. That's why you say, oh, Fulani, they wear charms on their waist. It is their culture. They live literally in the bushes. So they have mastered the art of playing with herbs for protection, for defense, for a lot of things. These people are savvy. They are very knowledgeable when it comes to using herbs and roots to function. They don't go to hospital. They don't believe in it. The question is, how do they live? So they never abandon their religion. They make sure that they infuse their original religion, their indigenous religion, to this modern Muslim religion they found themselves into. And that is why they are prosperous today. Mazi, you tapped into something again before I came in. The Yorubas. Go and check typical Yoruba church today, Christian church today. They are the ones you call spiritual churches. They are the ones that started it in Nigeria. They are the ones that are spreading it all over the world. Because what? The Yorubas, their culture encourages them to practice traditional medicine. That's what they have brought into Christianity. That's what our people are running to, calling them spiritual churches. They never gave up their tradition. Even when you go to a Yoruba church, they play the kind of music they play is pure Yoruba music. That's the way they dance. In fact, they preach in their dialect. We are the only ones. That is the problem we have. We are the only ones that when we come into something new, we abandon that which we have. Even when we have not mastered our own. Even when we refuse to follow our footsteps of our ancestors. Evolve it. Develop it. Because in this world we are, take it or leave it, there is something called evolution. There's something called natural selection. There's something called adaptation. That is how I want to bring this message today. I'm going to use these 3 principles to make my argument that why it looks like we as a people have failed or failing is not really our ancestors. Yes, it started with them. They put up forth a big fight, but they did not sustain their fight. They did not make argument. They did not have to look. We are going to accept this religion, but we must retain and maintain our way of life. They just bought this Western religion, hook, line, and sinker, and by the time you know it, we are losing who we are. Mazi, even when you go to, again, I'm going to say political, whatever is happening in our political arena today, I've heard it from you. I heard it from Mazi's speeches, and I've read about it. At the time Nigeria was proposing for this so-called independence or agitating for it, I won't really call it agitation because it was really handed over to them. They didn't fight for it, and that is why really they don't understand the cost of having an independence. It was literally given to them. But at that moment, from what we had, the Hausas, I think it was Sadwana, Ahmadu Bello Sadwana, what picture Ahmadu
Bello, yes, he was the then premier of Northern Premier.
Yeah, he said, we were not ready for any independence. Listen
no,
to
Nigeria, before you continue, before you continue, you know, Nigeria would have had independence even 1957, like Ghana. But Azikiwe and Awolo, they were waiting for, and Nahoro, all of them, they were waiting for Ahmad Bello.
Yes.
They were waiting for Ahmad Bello to be ready, because that time they were not ready. Until 1960.
He said they were not ready. Because that was how he was able to use that action to negotiate. For them to have the position, the working relationship they have now with the colonial master called Britain. But because our people were not savvy, they did not think about retaining who they were. It was not important for them to represent their culture, retain it. I can say they were not proud. All that was important to them was on individual basis, what do I gain? That is what has brought us where we are. And we are still playing that game. And the Fulanis are still playing the game. That is what they have over us. Look at what you mentioned. Our own so-called elite, Joy Ibokwe, Kanu, is the one telling them how to continue to perpetuate our suffering. Without qualms. Because they're looking at themselves as what they will get as an individual. Their culture doesn't matter to them. They don't realize that their actions will continue to put us 200 to 300 years behind if we are not completely exterminated. It's not about them. They look at even Shetima today that have been appointed, whether it's going to win or not, as a vice president. Stated it on record, on a voice note, flying all over the world on social media, that them, the Fulanis, is their own right to rule Nigeria. These are visitors, trying to impose their way of life on everybody in a place that are foreigners, without qualms, without reservation, trying to impose their way of life. Because when they finally Islamize everybody, they will introduce Sharia law. They will introduce all these. There are no Western civilization, and because what they want to do is for those little elites, small elites, to be on top, and everybody will become a majority. And you begin to change your names, whether you like it, because once you come into that religion, you're going to change your name, and once you change your name, you change your identity of who you are. You say, "Oh, Mazi, that's not where I'm talking now." But look at the same role some of our ancestors played. That's what we're seeing today. No remorse. Even an interview he had recently, a few days ago, when they asked him about Peter Obi, you know what he said? He said Peter Obi can never be the president of Nigeria as long as he's an Igbo man. Bold! Did you hear any reaction from any one of us? No. Any of this elite? No. Because they don't even believe on who they are. They don't even know who they are. Look at even their dress code. Look at Shetima. Give it to Tinubu. They all wear their native dresses. This is one thing I give to Soludo. Look at Peter Obi. That thing is wearing, does it define who we are? Because he wants to impress everybody, just like Azikiwe did. That's the same role they're playing. So, Mazi, what am I bringing in here? This is why we are suffering. Until we realize who we were, the jobs our ancestors have done, that we cannot run away from our environment, that there's a reason why we, you, me, we are placed in that geographical location, and we are unique in our own ways. We speak our dialect. It didn't come by accident. Because our tongues have been wired that way to speak those dialects. The food we eat were not coincidences. These were things found in our environment. These are the things that shape the way we think, shape the way we behave, which turns out to be our culture, and turns out to be who we are. If we must embrace any other culture, we cannot. In fact, we should give a condition, a demand. That is where we missed it. Now we are trying to deal with that, Mazi. They are bringing another layer, the translation of Quran into Igbo language. And we are watching. You begin to ask yourself, where are the social, cultural units that call themselves Ohanese? Is it not their job to protect the culture of the land? Mazi, let me say this, then I'm going to let you come in before I come back. The same thing, because there was something you touched again, talking about language. Languages are not, or ethnic, cultural language, or dialects, let me use the word dialect, which is another thing that is happening, are not coincidences. Because you live in that environment, nature has inspired the people in that community, in that environment, with all these things I've talked about, to come up with this dialect. It's not an accident. It's unique to those individuals. Your dialect is the way your mind expresses the values of who you are. That's what dialects are. Because out of the mouth, the mind speaks. So, our ancestors did not pluck it from the air. Something inspired them to come up with this dialect we call Igbo. dialect, or all the dialects in Biafra land. I'm just using Igbo as an example. The Jaws, the Shekiris, they are unique. Something inspired our ancestors to come up with this dialect that everybody in that community understands. It shapes their behavior. It shapes whatever they do. Because everything comes in circle, working in collaboration with nature and everything you have seen there to come up with this dialect. Through that, you express your mind. What did we do? We are abandoning it now. Instead of building on it, we are abandoning it now. For example, it hurts me, and it should hurt everybody, when you see people doing libation when it comes to our kola nut, especially Igbo kola nut, speaking English. It should be an outrage. Why do I say that, Mazi? There has to be a particular reason of all the fruit. Just to talk about Holy Communion. Of all the fruit in the environment, our ancestors were directed, inspired to pick this particular fruit. That anytime you want to consult with your unknown, with your God, with your chi, this is the medium through which you have that communal relationship. That is why you hear the men, people who understand what I'm saying, our ancestors said, no jana, no yibo. People might look at it and think it's a joke. What does it tell somebody like me? Because you begin to ask, why are we so of us doing what we are doing? Why our land being desecrated? We are moving away from who we are. In the old, even before my own eyes, a couple of years back, I sat at the feet of the elders when I was growing up. Anytime I went to the village, they will come out in the morning. They will bring out the kola nut. They will bring out the ofo. They will call chukwu. They will call the chi, looking towards the sun. And when they spoke, things happened. But Mazi, you can pick the same kola nut today and finish speaking your English, nothing will happen. Because now they are not giving the kola nut, communicating with the kola nut. It may look stupid with the language of the people, which is the embodiment of who these people are. Like I said, the knowledge, the ethic, your dialect is formed in your mind, in your brain. Out of that, your mouth expresses it. Your language, your culture is who you are. And that is why it's unique and local to a particular community, and that is why we must defend it. Mazi, I'm going to use here for now as we continue.
Of course, we must continue.
Thank you
know,
much,
when we talk about greed, selfishness, that also contributed in our problems today. You know, I talked about Ibuku, all the excavations, the marvelous works being done by our ancestors before the advent of Europeans in our land. Where you see all these things today are in the British Museum, not in our museum. They did all those things, all those civilizations we are gotten without Western influence. Even the West, the British, they are marveled. They are still marveling on how our ancestors were able to do this. The time when they themselves, the Europeans, never understand or master the art of this type of sophistication. Now, also in Arochukwu, in the present day Abia State, it was the headquarters of the Aro, an Igbo subgroup that dominated eastern Nigeria in the 18th and 19th centuries. Listen, Aro is an Igbo subgroup, is a clan. The same way Ngwa is a clan. The same way Ikwere is a clan. The same way Abo is a clan. I don't know why somebody should be calling me now. I don't know. Now, the same way we have different clans in Igbo land, but today Ikwere will tell you they are not Igbo. Although many people, their brains are coming back. The same way you ask, is it Okpanam somebody, he tell you that I'm South. Do you see? Aro is a clan, is a subgroup in Igbo. Your Igbo subgroup. Do you understand? Sometimes when you go to places like even Ibibio, they will tell you it's a clan, it's Igbo-ish subgroup. Do you understand that? Okay, that is not where I'm going to anyway. Now, it was that Aro is the seat of a sacred Chukwu shrine. They call it Ibiniokpabi, the source of a much feared oracle called Long Juju by the Europeans, Long Juju, that acted as a judge for the Igbo supreme deity Chukwu. That, you know, when you call deity, you know, when you call deity, people they go RC. I say many of the problems we are having is even language, is English language. Deity. You know, but they can call Angel Michael, is good. Angels.
Is it not a deity?
Even in that Bible,
is God not a deity?
God is a deity.
Is spirit not a deity?
When you call all these things, our people
know it's not deity. Mazi, right on.
Yeah.
I just want to bring those in.
Do you know, even in the Bible, many times according to the Bible story of the Old Testament, sometimes like even a deity, an angel appeared in a human form to Abraham, and he bowed down to him. When that angel was going to destroy Lot's place, that is what do you call it, Sodom and Gomorrah, he came, and Abraham went and cooked for him, brought a calf killed, and this and that. He bowed down to him as a deity because he understood. Do you understand? But when you talk about deity in our own way, people say, no, I see this and that. No. That is what they have put in our brain. Because not accepting foreign religion, for me, is not the main issue. But our people went into extra mile of demonizing who they are. That is the crime. Of thinking or calling anything concerning our tradition, they call it evil. Anything you call Igbo tradition, they call it evil. No. That is where the crime is, a crime in short. All these things, when you read the Bible, all these things happen there. There are angels, there are this, there are that. But when we call our own, they say no. That is where the source of our problems. Other people we are trying to, or are still trying to, manipulate the foreign religion and amalgamate it with their traditional way of life, our traditional belief, without demonizing their own. Sometimes I wonder, when things are hard, is that time even our people will go back to our tradition to ask Ajoese. But in the people don't go to church to pray before going to war front. No. That time all didn't hard. And you see that it is stupidity. If I'm the spirit of our land, I will even deceive you. You go and die. What were you doing since? Why were you demonizing your ancestor? You are praying against ancestral spirit, right? But when it is hard, you go back to start asking questions. You go to Yoruba land to go to carry, for people to carry you to one native doctor, because you cannot. You're just like what Saul did when he finished killing the prophets. Now no person to ask of again, no place to divinate again. He have to go to Endo, sorry, in order to go and look for a witch of Endo, because he destroyed his own. That is what is happening to our land. Do you see? Now, it was the seat of the sacred Chukwu shrine called Ibiniokpabi, the source of a much feared oracle called the long juju by the
Mazi, not
Europeans.
interrupting you, hold your thought. Do you know that what we have in my place, like I've always said, I'm from Momono. We were one of the people that left that long juju. We brought part of that juju. That deity is in my place as we speak today. It's called Igwe Kala. Only Igwe Kala, I cannot go to Chukwu. Ndaro Chukwu do not come to us because we are the same thing. Anyway, only Igwe, whatever Igwe, only I got no more. Right on, man. These are stories I will tell someday.
So, as I was saying, I'm talking about the story of Aro Chukwu, Ibini Ukpabia. You know, Europeans feared it. Now they found a way, they devised a way in order to break it. Now, he said that oracle that acted as a judge for the Igbo supreme deity, Chiuku. Supreme deity is Chiuku. And that, as used by Aro middlemen, served as a major recruiter of the slaves sent to the port of Bonny, that is Obane, for sale. The shrine and power of the oracle was destroyed by the British in their campaigns against the Aro people in 1900 to 1902. Aro Chukwu is now a market center and a site for the teacher training college. Do you understand? Do you know the why?
You see how we destroy and violate, and then we talk about what is going on with us. Go ahead, man.
Of course. You see,
preserving
you see the so-called destruction.
Educating us. This is history they have destroyed.
The so-called destruction of the power of Ibini Ukpabia was achieved when the priests were compromised into looking for selfish gains. You know the British, they are very smart. Let me finish.
I hate to do that. But they can travel from here to Israel to go and view a tomb that told that Jesus was buried and pay homage. They can travel from here to the this thing of a Greek goddess to go and see and pay homage. But instead of preserving our own, because this is who we were, who we are, the history is in our DNA, whether we like it.
It's very sad. So what I was saying is this. You know, the so-called destruction of the power of Ibini Ukpabia was achieved when the priests were compromised into looking for their selfish gains by selling slaves. This compromise of Aro Chukwu Shrine priests through greed heralded the fall of our indigenous religion and our fall. You know what the British did? They saw this our heavy shrine. When you call shrine, it's an altar. Now they feared it because he helped Ekumeku a lot. Ekumeku warriors that fought them. Now what they did is to just smartly go to compromise the priests, the source. They go and tell them that, look, these people that they bring, whenever people have problems, maybe landed problems or problems in the family or in the community, now they will bring the people. They will go to Aro Chukwu, go to Ibini Ukpabia. Now once they say their problems to the shrine, the shrine will vindicate the right person, the righteous person, and we will kill the other person. It's the same thing in the Old Testament. They will tell you, and they went, they say, bring those people, is it because it's written, God say, bring those people in front of my altar, so that the person that is right will be vindicated, and the other person altar walk you immediately. Is it not the same thing? But when we talk our own story, now you vilify it and demonize it. No, it's evil. You yourself, you are evil in your brain. You are ignorant. That is why. Now, these British people, they went and smartly proposed to the priest and said, please, why not let those gods, instead of killing these people, sell them to us? You will make some money. You make some money and you live well. Look at all these nice snaps we give to you. Now you give all those condemned criminals that are being sentenced to die by Ibn Okpabi. Just give it to us and we even reward you. These are people that you're supposed to die. But we give you money out of it, give you white horse, give you all these goods, all these good things we bring. And the priests look at them. And it was a very good deal. And now, what they do, instead of allowing the oracle to kill the wrongdoer, the evil doer that came to the presence, they will save him and sell him to the white people. And there the presence of the oracle starts diminishing. And it will not try to stop again. From there now, evil, lack of virtue enters. A manipulation is no more a place of judgment for justice. It's no more a place for justice. It now becomes a place for manipulations, whereby they encourage people to come more now, so that because they need to sell people. So injustice enters, and Britain know that this is the time that they have corrupted these people. They came and struck and cleared everywhere. That is how Arochukwu fell. Remember in the book, I think in the book of Samuel, when the sons of Eli that we are serving as priests, they were evil. It's the same thing. They were evil, taking the meat and the women, sleeping with women that came for sacrifices. And they were doing it that their father is the chief priest. So because their father was old, Eli, if you could remember that story. Now what happened? God took over and killed all of them, both their father. They died the same day. Do you understand? This time around, it was the British that once they corrupted the people, the priests, they struck. They know that oracle has no more power, because the injustice,
they have violated it.
Yeah, they have compromised it with injustice. So the spirit left. Exactly. That is why the same thing that happened during the time of Eli and Eli children. And they carried they thought that the ark of God is normal thing. They come once they brought it in a place of war. Hey, everywhere they will scatter everywhere. But lo and behold, the Philistines took the hold of the ark of covenant. The first time in that time, they took hold of the ark of covenant. Said, "You are source of power." They thought that no more, because they abhor injustice. They abhor corruption. All the deities, they abhor it. So that is how Arochukwu fell. Do you understand? And we also fell with it. The Europeans now colonized us, subjugated us. They defeated the Ekumekus and colonized us by force. The first thing they did is to indoctrinate us, make sure that we didn't revert to our traditional way of life. That is our religion, because they are afraid of it. With it, we defeat them. They want to continue making us to believe in their own system, in their own way of life, so that they can control us. Do you see it?
Yes.
Because they are afraid. When Ekumeku was using our traditional way of life, they were invincible. They cannot be conquered until they smartly corrupted everything. Now they went, where the spring water coming, it may be a tiny poison. Now any other thing down is finished. That is what the British did. Now from that time they made sure for us not to go back to the way of our ancestors. They brought this religion, making sure that they put us more, even that Arrow place, that shrine, they built training schools, teachers training college, churches, everything, so that they made us to believe that anything concerning our way of life is evil. Our ancestors, they were evil. But these were our ancestors that tormented the British, that resisted the British. Do you see the irony? They made us to hate them so that we will never get the power our ancestors have in order to challenge them. But today we have known the secret. We have seen the secret through IPOB, through Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We have discovered the secret. That is it. Because without going back to our way of life, there is nothing you can do. I'm telling you, these people, there is nothing you can do. By following them like licking their ass religiously, you are nothing. They control you spiritually. We have to rebel, spiritual rebellion first, to say no, this way you put us, that is not the way. We have to go back to the way of our ancestors. That is the way things will start happening. That long
and develop it, Mazi. Let it evolve. As things, nature itself evolves. The world we are seeing today was not the way it was few years ago. The way we look today is not the way people lived before looked like. The truth is that we all have the same thing they have. Nothing has changed. Even if there's any mutation, the mutation has not been that changed us from being humans. I believe in evolution. I believe in adaptation, but not on everything Darwin said. And Darwin is the father of evolution. Because I'm one of those people who, even though I believe in evolution, I do not believe that a fish will get to a point through mutation and natural selection and adaptation will become a reptile. I don't believe in that. I believe that we as human beings have been wired to be human, but we continue to evolve to be better. The same thing is culture. The same thing is dialect. The same thing is language. The same thing is the world. Because anything does not evolve, dies, goes into extinction. And that is what the coming of IPOB has, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi, has fired up. We must. Because even when we think about our own dialect, why it looks like, Mazi, I discussed this with one sister recently, and she agreed with me. When you think about Igbo dialect, let me talk about Igbo dialect in particular. Igbo dialect, so people will tell you it's a difficult dialect to learn unless you're born in it. It is true. The argument becomes why? Because Igbo dialect is closer to, when you talk about in the Old Testament, I continue to cite my examples. When you look at the name of God, the way it was said in the Old Testament of the Bible, the Torah, it says, my name is Yahweh. When you forget about that, people who come to put Yahweh, Y-A, Yahweh has no vowel. It's a closed word. That's the mystery. Because any language that doesn't have a lot of vowels, they are closed, they are difficult, they are not very expressive. Okay? Igbo language, this is something I found out many years ago through research. Igbo language is one of those, Igbo dialect is one of those dialects that do not have a lot of vowels in it. It doesn't. So it's more of a closed dialect. Our job, or this Ohaneze, one of the things I would have expected them, or I expect them to do, or we must do, is to begin to let this dialect evolve. Find a way to begin to insert more vowels into it so that it will not die. It will not die off. Because we are human, we are not spiritual. God is a spirit. He doesn't have to have a vowel in his name. It's not a coincidence that when you go to the original spelling of Yahweh, there is no vowel. It's not W, it's not Y-A, no, that's not the correct spelling. So, what we are failing to do is we are trying to be like a pond of water where no fresh water flows into. And we know what happens to that water. We must allow ourselves as a people, as our culture, as our dialect to begin to evolve. And that's evolution. Being mindful of what you call, I will use, like I said, that I'm going to use these words to explain myself today, or express what I'm saying today. natural selection. What am I saying here? We look at those things that will not stand the test of time. We look at those actions, behaviors, cultures that will not allow us to traject ourselves into the modern society and catch up, whether it's through technology, science, or whatever, biology. We discard them, but we pick those things that made our ancestors strong, those things that can even strengthen us more as a people, as a tribe, as Biafrans, as Ijo person, and promote them so that we can move forward and follow the world, so that we won't be left behind. You have always invoked Mazi. Japan is a typical example of what I'm saying. They never gave up their culture. They maintained their culture, but they allowed their culture, their dialect to evolve. And today they are competing with the known superpowers without changing who they are originally. They've allowed that which will promote them to come in and discard those which will be a hindrance to them, which is why I'm using the word natural selection and adaptation. We adapt those things, those behaviors. Mazi, it was 2 days ago I started thinking about this. Was it yesterday or was yesterday? And I think I was even going on this trajectory before you decided we're going to do this. That was why I said it's awesome and it's excellent. We can do this. I was asking myself a question. I said, okay, if Mazi, Nnamdi, or Hamadike did not come up with Biafra, do you know? I don't even know where we'll be now, because the awakening you're saying now is this project called Biafra, and that is why we must fight for it to stay. If not, we're not going anywhere. Because it's like nobody cares. We are going into extinction, and it's a gradual process. We must come to a place where what we look like should not define us. Rather, it is our culture that must define us. Because even in the United States, where I am today, there's a question I always ask people: who is an American? You cannot define an American by their looks. You can't even define an American by their accent. You define an American what they call American values. We must work towards this, because we have cannot define an American by their looks. You can't even define an American by their accent. You define an American what they call American values. We must work towards this, because we have cannot define an American by their looks. You can't even define an American by their accent. You define an American what they call American values. We must work towards this, because we have cannot define an American by their looks. You can't even define an American by their accent. You define an American what they call American values. We must work towards this, because we have cannot define an American by their looks. You can't even define an American by their accent. You define an American what they call American values. We must work towards this, because we have cannot define an American by their looks. You can't even define an American by their accent. You define an American what they call American values. We must work towards this, because we have is what they call the values. They have managed to galvanize that which they call it. Don't ask me what it is, but make it a meeting, a central point, focal point, that everybody is proud to be an American. That is what we are trying to do with Biafra. Where we harness who we are, evolve our culture, evolve who we are, compete with the natural world, compete with the superpowers, and make our culture attractive. Just like what we're saying, Mazi. Kernel oil, manako, is more superior in any way. You want to challenge me, I can prove it to you, than olive oil in any ramification. Whether you use it as to produce tincture, is more powerful because it already has a medicinal quality on its own, standing on its own. The same thing with palm oil. The thing with even kernel oil, that kernel oil is not just an oil, it's the essence of what that tree is. That's what an essence, the essence. It's just like when you're talking about the spirit of man, you're able to bring it out. The force, that's what kernel oil is. But because we have been told that what other people have is better, we are neglecting ours. So Mazi, this is why we must continue to do what we're doing and continue to preach the truth, and let us go back and begin to exploit what nature has given us, improve on them, and become that which we must be. Thank you, Mazi.
Of course, yes, I agree with you totally. When you talk about our stagnation as a people, because we are not adding new things. When you talk about natural selection, is the ability for things or beings or animals to evolve. How do they evolve? By adapting to the situation, their ability. It's not everybody or every one of them that could be able to adapt. You understand? But those that have the ability to adapt, you see, even English language today, every year they add new words. Every year. Sometimes even they add, I think the other time they add some pidgin, some the so-called Nigerian language. They added it to the Oxford Dictionary. That is one thing. They allowed our languages to stagnate. No addition, nothing. There are many things, many things you cannot even pronounce in our, that doesn't have any translation in Igbo language. I'm not even talking about the other one. They left it. They don't even care about it. They are happy speaking English or pitching English or Yoruba. You understand? So it makes the language die painful, the slow death, stagnates, because when a pond stagnates without going out, without bringing new spring, it will start smelling. Mucus everywhere, green amoeba and all the rest. Microscopic organisms will grow conspicuous and start smelling. The other will smell. Before you know it, it will become stale. So what am I trying to say in conclusion, because we need to open the lines? The destruction of our Arochukwu shrine shouldn't spell complete doom to our traditional, or for our traditional religion. After all, the heart of the Jewish religious shrine, the Temple of Solomon, was totally destroyed several times in history. Yes. But the ideology still remained in the people. This upholding of their indigenous religion for thousands of years became the main catalyst for the restoration of the state of the today's Israel. Do you understand? When we talk about the destruction of Arochukwu, that made them to defeat, that made Europeans, Britain, to defeat Ekumeku warriors. They thought that they have defeated, that they have struck the heart of Biafrans, the heart of Igbo land. That no more, that we are not going to rise again. That it is life from the pit of hell. After all, Jewish temples were destroyed, totally destroyed several times. But what matters is the people upheld their indigenous religion, even if they were scattered abroad, even if they were taken hostages in different countries, chased out of their land into different countries. They continued upholding their traditional Jewish belief, religion. That is what saved them. It doesn't matter that their main shrine, the Solomon Temple, when you see that they are praying at the old, the Wailing Wall, they call it today, is what they believe to be the remnants of the Solomon Temple, just a wall remaining. It's their shrine, just like our Arochukwu Ibinokpa shrine. Can you understand? Is it when we talk about our own, you say it's evil? That is right from the pit of hell. It's not evil. It's our own system. It's our own way of worship. They destroyed it. They corrupted the priests, and Britain felt that they have destroyed it. But today, we have found out the secret. You know, and the worst part of it is that they made us to hate our ancestors that had that secret, that we are able to resist the British. Do you see it? Now they made us to hate them. They made us to spiritually be doing things, praying spiritually to against our ancestors. That is the source of our problems. But today we have seen and retaken we have seen the secret. That is what I'm saying here. Therefore, the upholding of our indigenous religion is vital to the restoration of Biafra. What I'm telling you is the reality. It doesn't matter what happens. What we are saying here is the reality. You know, it is not by mistake that we are in that part of the world. Because as one other said, indigenous religion, it goes with the way connection to the spirituality through our local environment. Do you understand? You cannot be connecting through olive oil that you don't know how the tree is. Olive oil, they just say, oh, is what they say. Oh, is what they say. But what is our own tap root, our own root in our land? You are seeing it. You know, they change many things now. Like even Mayankwa and Mayango. That is why even many things are happening in marriages today.
Yes, Mazi, I agree.
Because they no more use our traditional Mayanko in order to do the ritual of marriage. Instead, imported snap with this and that. All these are good, but it shouldn't be the root. They are supposed to be the tap root of our living, our community, that should never be shaken. Today, this imported religion has shaken it, but we are taking it back. I'm telling you, we are taking it back. That is for sure. One other, please go on, make your closing remarks so that I open the lines, please.
Yes, Mazi, in my submission, like you said, I'm just going to add to that. The traditional marriages, when we go there, instead of using a mayanko to pay pour libation, we are using snap. It didn't grow in our land. Even if we want to use snap, we must use kai, the one made in our own place. You know, because we must reverence Anna. Anna is what gives us life. So we must work in connection with that which Allah gives us. I'm not saying we must negate foreign influences, but we must hold dear to our own first, and then incorporate foreign values or principles or religion that will benefit and promote who we are, and discard those that will damage or stagnate or even eradicate who we are as a people when it comes to our values and who we are. Because once that happens, it's a matter of time. The place will still remain, but the people there will not be the same. Example is like the Egypt we reference today. The people you see there today are not true Egyptians. The main indigenous of Egypt are not the ones existing. They are literally gone. They were Nubians. They were overtaken. But you still call the place Egypt. But the truth is that the people there are not indigenous. We must never allow this to happen to us. That is my submission today, Mazi. So we must rise up together, promote our culture. No culture is perfect, I must say that. We are not saying that our culture is perfect. No culture is perfect, but what we must do is evolve, adapt, and then proceed and catch up with the rest of the world. Because better for you to learn with that your mother tongue. Science, we can go through science through our mother tongue, through the things we have around us. That's the reason why nature kept us there. We should stop negating them. We must embrace who we are, proudly so, and submit. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you all for listening to me.
I will go, or we shall go into a few minutes break, so that when we come back, our lines will be opened. It is late in Biafra land, really, but we must continue. Please don't go away.
Worldwide phone call campaign alert continues. BBC, a propaganda machine and racist media set up by the Great Britain to oppress the oppressed people of Biafra. BBC, your media war propaganda of 1967 that led to the genocide of over 3.5 million Biafrans, men, women, and children, did not stop us. Do you know why? Because we are the sons and daughters of the great lion from the tribe of Biafra. Our minds are made up. Your shenanigans, antics, and fake gutter media will not stop us either. We must and shall restore Biafra. Biafra worldwide phone call campaign alert continue. Now pay close attention. Be polite when you call BBC and use the following prompt when you call. Hello, my name is. You tell them your name. I am calling to ask about BBC policy of propaganda against the victims of genocide. Since you are obsessed with telling lies about Biafrans, here are 5 more questions to consider. Now, this is the question to ask BBC. We are witnesses to BBC racist coverage of terrorism, implying that black Africans' lives don't matter. Yet the same BBC rallies the whole world at the slightest terrorist incident in the United Kingdom. Here is the second question. But when it comes to Nigeria, BBC not only hides terrorist killings, but they slander the victims and survivors of terrorism and genocide. The third one. When will the grand patrons of lies and hypocrisy, the BBC Fake News Network, make a documentary about the daily slaughtering of Nigerians by Fulani terrorists and the government of Nigeria, whom you protect, so that London may plunder Biafran's resources? The fourth question. Is the oil and gas of Biafra the reason that BBC is obsessed and terrified by the agitation for freedom by the victims of 400 years of British colonial thievery and crimes against humanity? And the fifth one, we call on the good people of the world to ask BBC and UK government.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olo province of Biafra land. Today is the 16th day of July 2022, being Saturday. With me here is Wada Merienti Heather. Our lines are now opened. Remember, today we are discussing, or we are talking on religious issues, religious matters, and the topic of our discussions today is the benefits of upholding our indigenous religion. In other words, the bad influence of foreign religions. Our direct line is, as usual, +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have a first caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Please, you make it as brief as you could so that others also will be calling. The people are calling. You know, this religious matter, people want to add their voice. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
There we
My name is Simon. I am from the area of Simon is from bless and protect every family member. Those who go Abiyama, those remnants, protect and God every one of you. May He protect our every leader, everyone unknown. Add him, many of them. Ni mwana bweni na Jehovah the Elgin. He said, "Oga na cheta, mimi ya bunki." He said, "Ina bandeo." Ndeo my dear. Fellow Biafrans, I want to talk about the issue of religion. You know, it's a very controversial issue, and our people think what people bring to us is the best and forget our own and condemn our own. Mazi, I know my granddad, the late I know the oldest man during time 1995. How can I curse him? I don't do such prayer. That one. Mazi, did you know the Egypt here today that it's like Islamic head or what? Do you know Egypt was Islamized? Do any of you know that? Egypt was Islamized around from 7 AD to 9 AD. Egypt was invaded. There was Islamized. All this in are there. And I heard you talking about our palm oil. I hope you know somebody they call Dr. Ozi Mehmet. Do you know him? Have you ever come across across one of his programs? Hello?
What?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Educate me, please. Okay. Do you know this our red oil, palm oil? It's one of the killer of cholesterol. Do any of you know this secret? Check and research it in Dr. Ozit Mehmet website. You understand what I'm talking about? That is one. About the last one, about reclaiming who we are and why we are doing what we are doing.
Before you continue there, let me ask you this question. You are in Spain, aren't you? If I don't know whether your work or anything, you have gone into the rural Spanish countryside. Do they use because it's one of the Mediterranean? They produce this olive oil. Do they use it? Do they see it as something holy?
No.
Go on. Let me tell you, in all those places, in Tunisia, in even Tunisia, they use it. I was opportune to one time to go even their rural areas. I was baffled. They use it. They produce it locally. In the way we produce this red oil with hand. Yes, and also even no do. You understand? And they produce it because it's their thing, their way of life is their oil for food. You understand? But in our side, it is Holy Ghost oil. Go on.
Sometimes
ignorance.
All these things will happen. That is why he sent me out.
Mazi, what is happening? Are you on movement, please? Your phone or you entering? I don't know what is happening.
I think some people. some people are calling me, you know. Well, let me make it up.
Please.
Let me make it up. Okay. This man, this our red oil is one of the killer of cholesterol. And one that they will know about this doctor I'm talking about. Ozit Mehmet is Turkish descent. Research it. That is one of it. About reclaiming who we are. Do you know these Russian people? They are the people that first captured the ancient manuscripts before the Roman. They were the people that sell it to Roman. You know this Orthodox Church? There is a lot we need to say. Well, let me leave it here so I can give other people time.
Yes,
Welcome for this program. Every one of you. Oh, hey Biafra, sign up from here.
Oh, hey Biafra. There, well, thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Oh, hey Biafra.
I have a caller waiting patiently on signal, but I have calls coming on direct line as usual. When people are talking, they call. When people stop talking, no calls on direct line. I will not stop somebody talking in order to pick calls on direct line. But if there is the chance, like now, they will not call. That is very ironic. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Mazi Madabuchu, can you hear me?
Yes, my brother. I can hear you.
There, well, welcome to the program. Go on, please.
Thank you. Good evening to you, my brother Jonathan, and our sister Miriam, to you, your guests in the studio.
Co-host.
Good evening, Biafrans and lovers of freedom. My name is Ifan Chukwumadabuchi, and I'm calling you from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. You see, we are talking about the disadvantages of foreign religion. We must remember that foreign religion came with a foreign education. And as we are talking about foreign education and religion, we are talking about European religion and education. So the European religion came with European education, which made us Eurocentric. That means they taught us everything about Europe and England. You learn about the genealogy.
About them.
Yes, everything about them. Their queens, their way of life. Henry VIII, his propensity for many wives. How he killed his wife. The landmarks in Europe. What does that have to do with you? Nothing. That's why some of us in Africa, especially in the zoo called Nigeria, we go from primary to master's level. Some of them cannot even speak English. Some of them can speak, they cannot write. Most are unemployable because they learned how to remember things and not how to create and not how to think. I'm not saying this in castigation, but I'm just saying that our people were for the men, we are miseducated. So if we talk about the other disadvantages of foreign religion, you lose your name. Let's say my name is Ifan Chukwumadabuchi. If you are from Igbo extraction of Biafra, you will know what my parents who gave me those names believed in. But let's say that my name is Kirian Oscar. What does that mean? But these are the names we bear. Now, they give us, and let us not forget that this religion, foreign religion we are talking about, was forced on our people under the gunpoint. This is what our people tend to forget. Now, you also lose your culture. When you go to adjudicate case in Biafra land, the Ndozomondins who will adjudicate will come in their local regalia, go to Nigerian court today. You see men in suit. Upon that suit they put a gown. Upon that gown they put a blonde wig. What is that? Who are those? Are they African? And then we continue. You lose your religion and spirituality. Because in some Christian religion now, if you are gone for Nibo, they say that you are committing anathema in their faith because they call it pagan. You understand? And you lose the knowledge of divine because Chukwu Okike Abiyama, they call it it is hidden. It is not. It is pagan. Chukwu Okike Abiyama is not God because you are taught Eurocentric to believe in European God than the God of your ancestors. So you see, like King Leopold of Belgium told his missionaries, he said to them, "Don't go there teaching these people religion God because they know God past you." They just selected the Beatitudes, and not all the Beatitudes, but they selected particular verses in the Beatitude to tell the Africans that earthly wealth are dirty, just mind preparing to go to heaven. This is the manipulation of European religion and education. And then we come to Arochukwu. Arochukwu was believed to be a sacred land. It was a sacred land. There was a palpable, a veritable presence of Chukwu Okike Abiyama in that Arochukwu. And that was why the priest, the original priest of Arochukwu, will ask God. They are good judges because they get the presence of God and they could make wise decisions and real decisions. So what I want to tell our people about Arochukwu, please, our people must know that who was worshipped in Arochukwu was Chukwu Okike Abiyama. In fact, it was said that the introduction of Ebunu Papi, that is the physical object, instead of the unseen powers of Chukwu Okike Abiyama in the shrine, was one of the reasons the potency and the powers of the Holy Land Arochukwu was defied. And hence, the corruption came in, and the mismanagement came in, and Arochukwu failed. And then, and only then, the British made headway into our strong, cohesive bulwark and stronghold called Arochukwu, and that's why we are where we are now. So, by the grace of Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we know our origin. And I thank God, eternal thanks to God for sending Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for this renaissance and to make us introspective beings, thoughtful beings who we query, who are we? Why are we answering the names we answer? My name should not be Kirian, while my name is Ifa Nchukwu. I cannot carry it, I cannot bear it. Thank you, my brother and sister. Good night. God bless Biafra.
Ndewo, bless you too. Ndewo. I have a caller or callers. Let me. Callers on direct line calling. It's very funny. Immediately somebody start calling, calls will start flooding in on direct line. I want to pick callers on direct line, but they will not call until somebody starts talking. Caller on what's up? You have been there since going to 8 minutes. We just hold on. Let me pick this call on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Oh, very bad. That is from the zoo. Caller on what's up? Welcome to the program. Please go on.
Mazi, good evening.
There we go.
My name is Anu Modulo, calling you from UAE.
Welcome to the program.
I so much thank you people this night for good work.
Mazi Anu Modulo, let me ask you, I hope you are a family member there.
So I'm working on it because of the environment where I am.
Why? I cannot believe it. Why?
No, I have speak to Mazi Ekeloroeke and he gave me some information how to go about it. But because of the distance and the location where I was, that's why. But I'm working on it, sir.
Contact the family, please. There is nothing like working on it.
Mazi, number. They have explained many things to me.
It's okay.
Yes.
Go on, please.
Yes. What I want to contribute is that like Mazi, in those days, how many years back, on a mess somebody they don't just bury the person immediately. On a the family are just US, what do the person? Because of this program, but this time around now, Anazi made that kind of thing. If somebody died, they will just say Chukwuwete, where will you go? They will just go ahead and bury the person without asking question. What to the person? But here no where will you go? I just hear the person just like that. But all in those days, I just US. How come what happened to the person? Family something but in today you can with Blue Netina mortuary, hey, on go, because you didn't know where we're going to need the night at Chukumalukos. And that's why our life in the Bible is named nothing will happen, just what you go. That's my own contribution. What religion is doing us. But all in those days, somebody more. I got probably the solution, what happened to that person. And another thing is you are talking about our religion. See that governor of Enugu State, Ugwani. Since I know that man, our native clothes. Or any five from the house all the time. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you. We must continue. You know, when people talk about our traditional religion, even divinations, castigating it, I feel bad. Even the Bible they read, all these things are there. What is consultation, divination through Urim and Tumim? Can you explain it? It is looking is divination. Of course, in the New Testament they say in the New Testament they say casting lot. You know, they cast lot, and the lot fell on Stephen to be one. I mean, to Matthew to be replace the apostle. This and that. You don't research what is that casting lots. That is what you do. You condemn in your own tradition. But all these things are promoted. I say the problem. Some of the problems is the language is English. That's it. You know, just the same way when they call countryside, it looks sexy and very nice to hear. But in our land, there's a village called Dokao village. You know, it's the same thing, but it's the same thing with countryside. So people perish because of lack of knowledge. Ignorance is the greatest killer. We have captured the secret to go back to our traditional way of life. That is the way we have to deal with the situation that we found ourselves. You know, if we continue, that is why praying. We are praying, God will change the Fulani to turn them into lovely people so that they will stop what they are doing. You are dreaming. You are in cloud cuckoo land. We go back to who we are and strike them with everything we have got, and that's it. That's it. Because our traditional belief, it doesn't condone weakness. That is our religion, our tradition. How would the person kill himself? In many ways. You can set up a trap, he enter, finish, he die. That's it. We don't believe in being weakling. No, Kabia, if they slap you here, turn to the other ear, they slap you. Caliphate, they will cut off your neck. You are not here. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Call on signal.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, Mazi, welcome to the program.
Okay, what that you should make it. Let me get for the sake of that's Jonathan. This is their thing. I saw you Koro then you are complete for the death. I want to be a match. Let me tell you that was a clip of a leader. Some days ago. In Israel, it's all of them same to do for the tree. Then what happened? This time I was sitting down. I know I will be more. Never end the walls. All the foreign idols in my father, my pastor, my dad, I know the best spiritual power on this planet. And the issue of then Jonathan, no human being on this planet Earth will stop you. I see this land, it's not our Lord. I'm on your mind. Now, bad day will take it from this earth, we will not resist our life. The whole world that damage is complete. I want to start a threat. I am we want to see them. Let America bring that their fight. I'm going to block the air. What they want their own land. They will set the water place. Our leader, let them become this central to the whole world. No one knows the truthful man. The son that his mother died. All I need came to flood the terrorists. Get all in that time and privilege in everyone. I'm getting there for just dead. Let them come and do PVC. Shameless. All the government killing us. I said, wow. And Jonathan, you talk about Urim and the what? I will not take it. But I said, I'm my parents. Yes, I said, I'm a teacher. I said, wow. The world. Make a pastor, a bishop, and a father. Papa, better let you die in Egypt. That's what I'm saying. That become second now. I got that side in my election. By the dead and I'm for all society was the same. Look at all these symptoms, all these governors. They don't have sense. They kidnap our leader, go put inside the terrorist and come and get the salary, they get the baby. Shameless leaders. Let them have the old. I don't know that. But any day in I know this governor, I mean, they will go and have as well. All I'm like about people. Oh, it's a bastard, it's not an evil one. Shameless in just everywhere. Jonathan, Pico, I come now, you tell the Jonathan, who did work. Maternity to the DOS. To that next one, let you to protect the Kanu. I will put a combo one, not go on Ganga. Open up Ganga. Another person over everyone over. You forget over time, it's a good never play it like a papa. I don't know more. I give it to you. Oh, yeah, you need a but the people of people can get you. I don't know what I just have to get for you. Dara. Then the chicken doesn't squat out of a Simpson. I've been on the first case after 10. Then the first case chapter 10. The visit of the Queen of Sheba. Came to Solomon. I ended up the candles. What question? Just asking any question why they are found without the rest. Having a day, then goes the go Canada and don't have any day. They want to know what they want from you. Then the ticket does the square and seems to correct. Then I feel first matter of chapter 10. Papa so to yen and Romans. Then I feel Romans chapter 15. Papa so no Romans start them back. After that, then the kind of Jesus. Okay, Jesus, okay. Okay, come on, sister. I can tell you, guy. Not much go. Not so long.
adịna ọkụ ka nwa m nwoke lụkwa ya anya siwara ya aka gịla siwara ya aka pụta ya Then she told him chapter 15. We are building our people state. They like amen. Then I can't say that. I just want to get that all for them. So come and I can get a teacher. I find that. Look at you. When you remove this body, this do you know like this? How I got one guys spirit thing like that. The very handy like that. So when I'm about to go off fruit. Okay, but nothing I follow the weekend. Children can chat in there. That local cat one very good. I just want to get there. Sit down over to the Bábẹ̀ sọ́nù ní aládé ìjẹ́gìrì pé ooo n'aka lórí n'afọ n'nkwo ya oje ọbẹ̀ ní aládé ìjẹ́gì adìrẹ̀.
Ise. Ndewo. Ọhịa Biafra. Ụfọdụ ka ọwụ ga na-atọgbu m. Mana sometimes ị na-ekwu. We must continue. Caller on. I never pick any call on direct line. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I want you to
Caller on WhatsApp. I'm saying. Go on, please. Caller on WhatsApp. Go on. Ndewo.
Hello, good evening, Mazi.
Ndewo. Go on, please.
Good evening, Mada. Good evening, Biafrans, this evening.
Mazi, go on. Or ichoro ka ibutre onkwe luke na ngo ka ibutre gi before you continue.
Good evening, Biafrans, this evening. Good evening for our study this evening, our lesson this evening. I can see that this evening you have done something for us. The reason why these people defeated us and colonized us and introduced their culture and religion to us. So the what happened is that as you have said earlier, we are taking back, we are going to take back our traditions. And the shame of defeat will never continue upon us. I always say that where is it? Where is it? Where is that the hope? Where is that the hope? Where is that the hope? Ndị by iberi ibe ha ndị anya ihe gbasara iri anụ cow anụ isi ndị Fulani mere our people ha dị iberibe dị igwe ọ bụghị naanị ndị ọcha bịa colonize ya mana anụ nna ma our people riri mere erie bre na ha onye Igbo papi anwụrụ na mpapi anwụrụ jezọ nnama ndị Fulani ndị nnama ndị Fulani rụrụ arụ eji emere ume ihe dị iche iche yasa nwe mere ka anyị mara na ọtụtụ nnama ndị ahụ ụfọdụ ihe ọhụma akọt last part of the body wee mebi ya our people ile azụ ya na-adị iberibe mkpa so ọrụ ihe mere something with this religion, the intermission of the you see, so one other Akora and Andra, it's Manako and actually, you know, this one of the more give it to actually only the boys that were boys now. Only actually now. That can show everybody I'm going to make an abortion. I only know to get it. When it's young, we know now. Man, our people, you don't go further. Yeah, Meheriana. I am my own in India. You love her. West End, on your papiabo, Buddha Power. Papiati Koware Hakojan, and they ask me, I'm a Christian, I'm born again, I'm a Christian. You're a Christian, but you put it around in India. Last Thursday we were meeting. Our coordinator was coordinator is someone or HAUSA. He was telling us how he sort of wanted to introduce him to some heart, what it can be done, what can be used for. He said, no, he's a Christian, they should. So, Mazi, thank you for what you are doing for us. No other, my name is Indigenous, I'm speaking from Lagos. As Biafra is coming, everything, they are going to regain everything, and our traditions will be restored. I have been seeing in the I have been seeing in the caricature. Christianity is not condemned. Bible is not condemned. Just now you said something, Mazi, that I believe we are doing. I don't know what you're speaking in Proverbs 26, 27. So our people have been deceived, deeply deceived of religion. We are deeply deceived of religion. But I thank God for Mazi, Nnamdi Kanu, and advocacy. Good evening, dear friends. I'm talking here.
There, thank you. Remain blessed. I have a caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. My goodness me, the call cut again. It's being filtered, honestly. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Caller on signal. Are you there? Please welcome to the program. Is it a CR link? I don't know. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Once again. What is happening? People have been speaking on this in line. I don't know. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yeah, Mazi Jonathan.
There we go.
Good evening from here. I'm calling from Biafra land, blessed land of Biafra.
There we go, Mazi.
Without wasting much our time, let me appreciate Chukwu Okuka Abiyama, who give us our true leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Elohim Chukwu Okuka Abiyama. We thank you, we give you glory, we honor your name. Without you, we are nothing. You look on our face and give us a true leader since after the war. And he are here, facing Fulani, terrorists, and British. Elohim bless him and guide him and protect him. And protect all our DOS. This are all select channel. And Melai, and all our radio presenters. Guide us. Mazi Jonathan, we don't let Mwada, go the loan, Olomunu na Lola. Mazi, you see, this is issue of religion. Because our people fail to understand who everybody wanted to invite foreign religion. That is why we are suffering. In Biafra land, everybody and living. You go and see somebody after all. You go and ask forgiveness in the church, and the life continues. That is why all the politicians are destroying us. Because in olden days, when we believe in our own indigenous religion, all these things is not there. That is why all the evil politicians are trying to join all these religions with their politics, because they know after they are killed everybody, they will go to church and ask forgiveness, and they will say they are already changed and repentant. You know, that is our problem. The extent of our problem is this fallen gods. But there is something I want to tell them this evening, if they are hearing, I want them to, there is something, you know, when you do this and do that and go and ask forgiveness and continue, let us see how the thing will end. These people know the truth, but they are using these fallen religions to convince themselves. I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, and I always go to church every morning. I always sit on the front of the church, listening to their preaching. You know, when they read all this Bible, you'll be waiting to hear a good interpret that will turn back to another way. Forgiveness, forgive your neighbor. Sometimes I ask somebody, this thing, forgiveness, forget and forget, you are always preaching. How can you forgive somebody who killed you? Like Fulani people who are coming in our land and killing us, and you say forgive. How can we forgive? And they will come back and kill you. If forgive, they will come back until they will wipe you away. I want them to explain it for us, how this thing goes. You know, they are deceiving us through all this kind interpret. They always move away from the Bible, inviting another topic so that the topic that will suit you and convince you follow slave to them. But in our land, we know the truth. Want to understand that, want to follow our Indigenous, you things will normalize. Because everybody wanted to be, you know, when you commit, you steal, you kill somebody, you go to church, that will say forgive and forget. Who do you go to church to ask forgiveness? The person that you kill or you steal is something, and the person either by heart attack he died. Go to their own children and ask forgiveness. That is a pure forgiveness, not when you destroy people. You go to religion have destroyed us, but we thank Chukwu Okuke Abiama, who look on our face and see that we are suffering and we are following another way, and give us Mazi Nnamdi, and he came and started preaching the good news, and our eyes is now open one by one. You know, I thank God the way he moved around, selected intelligent professors, because I call the people that hang on all these our little professors, because they are go into deep to make sure that we understand the nature, the way life is. Not issue of religion. Religion is to make sure that you are suppressed. When you finish school and you did not get job, that will tell you that is the way God wanted. How can God created you and created you to be poor? So after you spend all the money, your parents to spend all the money, and you came back, you did not get, he said, the work of God, and your people will be dying in pain, because they are sell everything to train you, and you come back. I would say, let you put it in hand of God. I told them that this is what evil politicians cause us. The witchcraft we have in our land today is politicians, because all of them are the evil that mastermind all those things. So Biafrans, what we should do is to go back where we are, and starting from origin, listening the teaching of Mazi Nnamdi and those that he selected. They are doing the wonderful work. Forget about all these things they are teaching us, telling us this, telling us that, but let them go back where we come from and know that when you commit unwibe, you must go and do the needful. If not, you are gone. Let the religion change that one. Let we see. These people are deceivers, and we understand that. Thank you, Mazi Jonathan, for your good work. May Elohim bless you, because you people are doing the wonderful work. Thank you.
And you too, remain blessed. I have this caller still on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Are you still there? Can you?
I'm still here.
I have been
but you muted me.
No. I didn't mute you. Go on. I didn't meet you. Please, go on.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. But I heard you and I was replying back to you. Was not hearing me. Oh, we thank God for today like this. Mazi, I greet you and I greet our mother who is anchoring the radio today with you. Mazi, I've been listening to comments from our brothers and sisters. My name is Mazi Madavuruchukwu. Mazi, talking of what is happening in our land today, I could remember some days back in the 70s, if a young child got hit by a motorcycle or just the death, before the child will be taken into the compound, we have to ask about it. But these days, those things doesn't happen anymore. Because I was speaking with one of our brother who says he believes in Christianity, something of Biafra. He said, I said, what made it a sin? He said, you're going to native doctors. But what did you call them? He said, native doctors. Then what is the name of the doctors in the hospital? They call them the same doctors. Then in English, it's doctor, but in Igbo dialect, it's called doctor, but in a native way. What is the difference? 60s, 50s, 40s, our mother doesn't know what is operation of giving birth with operation. Most of our mothers was giving birth in the farm settlement, some in the market, some in the street, some in the shops. Someone like me, I was not born in a hospital. I was born in, let me call it just a chemist. I was born in a chemist shop. That's what I will call it. For us to get our reality, there is you forgot who you are. Which, if you live your tradition and your culture, you know you're no more a human. We, the Biafrans, we believe in asking questions. The questions we normally ask are not that we want to know more. It's just to get the right direction to follow. There was something happening in my family sometime 2-3 years ago. We went about it asking what is happening. Anyway, who I sent told me that there was a daughter in our family who was lost during the Biafran war. There was a time they had war. That the lady she didn't come back up to today. And we have not buried her with her. My elder brother have asked a question like that, somewhere that happened, when they told him exactly what I was told. Then, when I made call to my elder sister and the family, it's the one who told me that my elder brother have told him exactly this I said. Then I asked, what is the next thing to do? They called the elders around, which we call the kinsmen, Omunna. They said, the eldest man said, yes, you know about that. The normal things that needed to be done was did on it. Biafra, which is the Idris, it happened in the Bible. When they said in the Bible, Ifenza, and the time Jonah was sent an errand by God. Like the story told us, something happened in the boat. They was asking who did this. Nobody accepted. They have to Ifenza. Ifenza were Biafra. This English language is leading us to
extreme end of not knowing what we are saying. Translate that in English, answer in your arm immediately. Most of us doesn't know who we are by knowing which means you are guiding Indian but which I don't buy that. You reincarnated from that person. No, I think you have gotten your limit of living on earth because never is so also. If we can go back to our lineage of how we were born and how we are brought to this earth, most of us in poverty today will reduce to 60 to 50%, 50 to 60%. But if you can know whom you are and know where you belong on this earth, you have plus in your living. But most of us who reincarnated before had some bad things we did, then we give the grace to come back again. What we need to do, we need to ask, why is this my condition like this? But church have covered our face. My father is, which is we call it Okochuku, which they call pastor, but he never forgot one single day. The day we will do our shrine village and the community and to the town. He never forgot about that. He always have a special celebration in our house until his death. But I think time have come for us to teach who knows much about our culture and our way of life in radio, even if it's 1 hour. Mazi, I end up here.
There, thank you. We must continue. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Please go on.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening, sir.
Good
evening, sir. Good evening, man.
Go on. Go on, please. Go on, please.
Sir, I want to ask a question. This thing we are doing, I know it's awesome to our own side. Is it Christendom, or should I use the word Christianity down here in Nigeria? Are they not going to sue us for, criticizing their, little, misled indoctrinations, or should I say faith?
Mazi, there are some things, it seems it's a joke. Sue for what? Suing for what? Did we sue anybody for coming to convert, to change our way of life by under gunpoint? Mazi, there are things we should reason by ourselves also. It's not a joke. Please go on.
It's awesome. It's okay. Okay, sir, let me ask you another question. Have you ever used yogo, olive oil, yogo, the one called yogo, not the main olive oil, as in there is a product they call yogo, to fry egg or make noodles? Have you ever tested it? Do you know that it was 2009 I realized that you can use olive oil? I usually become so sacred about olive oil until a friend dish it out in a plate and use it to make egg sauce. I was like, what are you doing? This thing is meant for prayer. What are you doing? I want you to understand what I'm saying. At the end of the day, he said, no, that is not what it's only meant for. It's just all here that I said, He said, yes. You are saying this thing today, and I recall this memory of it. And not just too long after that year, we were in a bus boarding down to Rumola. When we get to what's it called again? That Mommy B road, because of traffic, the conductor, poverty, the situation of the economy is too bad for us. So he had drank so much kai ethanol that morning, and he was hanging himself on the door post of the bus. Then all of a sudden, he fell out. On that speed, he fell out. As in, he was so much unconscious with blood everywhere, scratches everywhere. The other woman, I think she was headed to a prayer that morning. She brought out her Holy Ghost, Jehovah, Jesus. I say, wait now, this is your shouting. If it is unconscious, your shout might take her life to his life the more. Calm down, remove this oil, let us do something and take him to the ministry of to close to that area. He said, what are you saying? Jesus is the best. Only boy. I say, which kind of country we don't enter like this? So why I'm saying this is that the good thing you people are doing is very enticing to my soul. But the problem is that I have a lot of let me not say that. But I have so many people who do not want to make use of this information. You know, so I am so proud of you people, how you have been dissecting it, making it come up real. And now, just keep on saying the good work. And we are here with you people. I love what you people are doing. At least, okay, 4 days ago, one friend called me. He said, when you were calling me, I could not pick your call. I said, what happened? He said they never called her that her newborn baby is having convulsions. I said, okay, what did you do? You didn't advise her what to do. He said, no, they took her to us. I said, you see the problem? From hospital now and church, from there now, he done that. You understand? Why wouldn't you just call the attention of those people who knows the medicines to use and protect that child? I said, no, bro, anything is doctor. I said, come on, shut up. If it, so these are the problems we are facing every day. Everybody has forgotten our culture. We are following Oyibo, and Oyibo comes here, they take our heart, and they heal themselves. Thank you so much. I love you all. Thank you.
Mazi, it is really terrible. It is terrible, honestly. It is really terrible. Caller on, let me see who was there first. Caller on the, WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on Signal. Hold on, I'll come to you. Caller on WhatsApp. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening.
There, well, welcome to the program.
Yeah, good evening, my sister. I have a question for you, Mazi. Please, this is Muhammad calling you.
There, well.
You know,
go on.
Our discussion tonight is about religion. What religion have done to our life.
Of course.
And this religion of 18 was brought by the colonial masters, which is the British.
Foreign distinguish, because even our own local tradition is our religion, but we are talking foreign religion.
Yeah, the foreign religion was brought by the British, the colonial masters of Nigeria, the people that created Nigeria. Now we have been in this forum, and this radio has been here every Saturday, educating us to know where we come from and to go back to our roots. In Radio Biafra, every Saturday you come out here talking about our way of life. We need to go back how we are before the British came. My question to you this night is that what about the other of our people that who anchor Radio Biafra, like Mazi, the one in Israel, Mazi Obilo, and our brother that will come on air tomorrow morning, which we call Nwa Chineke? Why are we still using that the same Bible to go on to our program?
Mazi,
like tomorrow morning.
Mazi, there is something, please, let me say something here. There is something you are misunderstanding. We are not castigating the Bible per se. Listen to me.
But that is the problem.
Wait, just calm down. Hold on. You are on WhatsApp, so we have time. You are not paid.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, even don't you hear me quoting even Bible here? Don't you hear me so?
Okay.
When I talk about the story of Eli or Eli in the Bible, it's a Bible story I quoted, isn't it? Now, there is something we shouldn't. It's not that we stop calling or talking about or quoting Bible or anything. No, that is not what he said. Because for me, every story, every book we learn. If you understand me, what we are talking is to uphold our values, upholding our values. We can learn. Do you understand that? We can learn from even the Book of Mormon. You understand? There is one church, one other can know about it. I've read their Bible, the Book of Mormon. Is their own?
Yeah, I said it. Joseph. Yeah.
Yes.
I read it, but I have their Bible. I studied it too.
They call it the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, the Latter-day Saints.
Yes, they have their own book. The book. I read anything that I come in contact with. Let me tell you, because you absorb knowledge and wisdom from everything. The ones, you know, there are things, story you tell. It's not that you practice it, but you learn. Just like Akuku Ifo, when we are small, you know, you enjoy listening to Akuku Ifo, but you learn from it. It doesn't mean that it really happened, or you are going to fly like a tortoise is flying. No, but you learn many things from it. So what we are doing here, we are not trying to say, oh yeah, throw your Bible or don't quote this and that. No, we take what we can, what to learning. We are in a world of learning. Do you understand? So what we are saying, opening or bringing facts and figures doesn't mean, or opening facts, saying facts about foreign religions, it doesn't mean that, okay, we should not learn from any, things, including the Bible. No. There are things you read there, you know that it is a folk tale. But if there is anything to learn, what matters is the knowledge, what you learn from there. That is it. And you compare it to our lives. So if you see somebody, like what I said before, the problem we have is not only accepting foreign religion or being forced into accepting, but they made us to turn against our own religion, our own way of life. It becomes enemy. Yes, the British, they are very smart. They call, when things, Chinedu said, things fell apart and the center can no longer hold. The British, the way they treated us in our own land, I don't think that in any other black African race they did that. In other places, you can force people to accept your religion, no problem. Now they can be inculcating even their traditional belief or religion into it, no problem. But in our own, they turn us against our own land. It means a lot. There is something there. And that something is what we are trying to bring out. So any person that is quoting, like didn't Ogofo, he got love for call now, got love for, he quoted Bible. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That is the thing. Now we must go back to our way of life. That is the bottom line. It doesn't matter how every Sunday or Saturday go to church or go to this, but if we go back to our, like somebody called, he said his father is Okochukwu, his late father is Okochukwu, a reverend priest, I don't know whether it's Methodic or Anglican priest, but he respects everything that they are doing, their traditional celebrations. That is it. But one thing, in our land, they made us turn against till today. When they see you with Calabar, they say you are the cause of the cause of the problem is you. That is, as far anything we do, they condemn. Anything we do locally in our way of life, it becomes anathema. That is really horrible. That is what we preach against. So, Mazi, go on, please.
Okay, how do you think now that it's possible for we now to be going back to our way of life and be going together with the Bible to two of them? How do you think it will go freely in this presentation of now we find ourselves in Nigeria, when you know that the religion, this Bible of 18 have taken the brain of our people? How do you think so?
Okay. How I think so is this. You ask a very intelligent question. How I think so is this. Our way of life, our traditional religion stagnated and was almost phased out. So you hardly see them even in the townships. You understand? The first step is for us to go back, retrace our steps. Whenever we go to our villages, our homes, our communities, or we meet people that really, the older people that really knows, you understand, we ask them, because this our way of our traditional religion. Our religion is not only about killing goat and killing cow. That is why sometimes I laugh. People that are doing all these things on the social media, many of them are charlatans. We start by asking, what is our omenala, our religion on this? How do we, growing up, how do we do this as a grown-up? Bringing man, a boy, to become a man. All those are our way of life. How do we bring when do you grow in our tradition as a man, from a boy to a man? What is your responsibilities? How, we ask all these questions. What about marriage? We ask about life, because every religion covers life of a person or of a community. It covers everything about our way of life, how you should behave, honesty, all this and that. Because our religion covers about even non-shifting of land border between you and another person. It is anathema, abomination in our land. In our tradition also, when you go to farm to harvest, you leave some for the strangers and orphans or people that are passing or anything, people that are hungry. All these are our religion, our values. We try to ask people that knows better. You understand? To teach us. That is for a start. You understand? You can go to town or every Saturday or Sunday you go to church as you want. But also from there you'll be having knowledge if you want. If you are strong as some of us, you stop direct. Because I don't know how many years my leg never enter into church unless for invitation of one thing or the other, just as a social gathering. I'm telling you honestly. Because
that's really what it should be, the social gathering, man.
I practice this, I know, I understand. When I really understand the damages it causes on our head, I became annoyed against it. I became personally annoyed. And I vowed, I say, I must make sure any opportunity I have, I must make sure in order to open up to tell people the danger of this thing. Because this thing is causing commotion. The problem we are having, it is one of the main problems we are having in our land. That is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Go on, please.
Okay, listen now. My question I want to ask again is that in IPOB here, we have IPOB religious leaders that come on air for praying in IPOB. Am I right? They come to the radio.
Of course.
Now, we are preaching here in your own program every Saturday that we want to go back to our roots. Have you had any IPOB religious leaders that come in radio talk about how we go back to our root, or the program they are giving us is about Bible, quoting Bible, or we have 40 days prayer, we have Psalms to read, we have books to read about the Bible? Have you heard that? That is what they normally come in the radio to tell us every time they come in the program. Then how do we go back to our roots when we still have people that every time they come to the radio, what they'll be telling us, they want to go on Psalm.
Yes, if you can remember, listen. If you can remember, even during the time of George Onibe, he preached this. Do you understand?
Okay.
Unfortunately for him, but he preached this. Now, let me tell you, there is a correlation. To be honest with you, some parts of the Old Testament of Bible deals with our tradition. That one is undeniable. Do you understand me? It is when you, like you, I don't know you. I think you were circumcised, right?
Yeah.
Could you remember what date? Because I myself, as I'm talking to you, I was circumcised on the 8th day. 8th day. Do you understand?
That is our way of life.
No person understand. I have asked my parents. I said, but why am I circumcised on the 8th day? Is it something that Britain brought? He said, no, it's just our tradition. Do you see it? So there is something deep. There is a direct correlation when you read even the book of Leviticus, Exodus, Leviticus, and some of Deuteronomy. Before God and man, there are many things he has in common. It's our tradition that is written there. Forget about sentiments. That is the reality. So that is why, like in that book, in that Bible, you see that I believe that one of the reasons that our people accepted everything hook, line, and sinker, like when you read the account of Olaude Equiano, he was an Igbo slave taken, but he bought freedom, his own freedom, and was working with the I think in a ship. So when they were teaching him about the Bible, he taught himself even how to read and started reading. They were teaching him the story of stories in the Bible, and when they talk about the Old Testament, what happened, this, he said, but this is, I come from I'm an Igbo man, you are teaching me my own tradition. This is absurd. Is it what is written in that book? It made him now to have interest in reading more that book, to understand which kind of strange book that come from a foreign land that is exactly what is written there is my own tradition. Do you see it? So there is a correlation. Forget about what others, what they added. There are things you see there when you look at about our way of life, about our way of doing things. It is our pure tradition. So that is what you should understand also. You understand? And this thing, you know, I don't know. Okay, you are still there. Okay, just don't worry. I will give you time to talk. If Rome is not built in a day, do you understand? The first thing in a thing like this is the awareness. The awareness.
Yeah.
That is creation of the awareness. That is the start of a thing. Every story starts with once upon a time. You understand? So you shouldn't be expecting everything to be done under one day. There are people, you know, here on IPOB or Radio Biafra, we respect superior argument. If you come now, for example, we are discussing on something and you convince me with your superior argument, I will bow. A time will come, many people will now be understanding the way what we are saying. Because my point is this, and I hold this steadfast, that Britain, they are very smart. That is why, you know, Britain almost conquered the whole world. The Europeans in general, they conquered the world. They are smart. They treat people in their different ways. There are people that they cannot be able to conquer their religion. Now they encourage their own religion, but they use one way or the other to manipulate them. That is Britain. They are highly savvy in their approach, politically, religiously, otherwise. They use religion where they can. They divert people's attention where they can through many ways. So what we are doing here, many people, some of them have not come in terms with the reality of what we are doing. Some people, some people also, as I can tell you, the dots, some people are too afraid, or can I say too shocked, to see that, look, so this thing that have been going on, it is, no, I cannot believe it. That is their mindset. So this thing, my father have trained me on, my mother trained me on. So after all, it is about many lies. No. They block their mind. I say, no. I cannot believe it. It is not true. So they don't want to believe. Some people are also looking at it. It's just like a pastor, for example, who is an IPOB member. Now, you tell him, okay, to outrightly close his church because change and turn into it's impossible, because he's making his living there. So the way he will be doing it, he will be mixing truth in his preaching to the people, because he has a conscience, and also not to lose them by just hitting them hammer so that all of them will run away. These are games, but at a time will come when things will now spread. Like I used to also solicit in our quest for going back to our roots, we should also try to standardize things, our own roots, make it palatable and attractive for this modern time generation in order to attend. You cannot expect new generations to go to maybe a shrine where you kill goat and cow is poto. It's dirty, smelling. It's impossible. It is not attractive in this our era. So there are many things to come in terms with, of which the perfection of all will be the coming of Biafra, whereby things will be put in place. There will be people in charge of these affairs. There are people, like-minded fellows, that will come and say, okay, let us, there is this, you know, after all, Hebrew you are hearing today, the modern Hebrew language, it was a dead language, let me tell you, just like Latin. It was a liturgical language. What is liturgical? Used only in prayers. But one man, I think, is it Yusuf Ben Yehuda? He is the father of modern Hebrew language you are speaking today. He used cut and join, used Yiddish, this and that, and join everything and start forming language. He first of all trained his wife and children. History said that this man kept his wife and children locked in their home, so that they will not even hear the squeak of birds out, so that in order for them to master this new language that they are speaking in Hebrew today, it is not the original Hebrew. Let me tell you, things can start with one person. Do you understand? So that is it. Go on, Mazi, please.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just round it up here for our people to call. But my last submission here is that no faith comes by hearing. So people have been hearing about this, our campaigning about the Biafra agitation, and I believe the only way this thing can be solved is until the Biafra come. Then we will now go back our root, have our own life, have our own way of living. But in Nigeria, there, we were still in Nigeria, stuck in Nigeria, our people, it will not be easy. So let's work hard. Let Biafra come, so we'll go back to our root to channel our way. Before this thing, we can be free.
Yes.
So good night. Have a nice
day. Mazi, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Of course, that is it. Well, I don't know whether you want to say anything before I continue. Have people.
Yeah, what I wanted to add to our brother is this: let him look at the Yoruba Christian way. They have their religion mixed with it. We are not condemning or judging anybody, but when we're saying, why should we have to throw away who we are? And again, what he's talking about, there's no way the whole community, people might still up to, pick up whatever religion. But what we're saying, that one must understand that religion, whatever the religion is man-made, and they're unique to a particular people, group of ethnicity or group of people. So why would people be imposing their own way of life on us? What happened to our own? Because there's no value or system that is greater than the other. Finally, what I will submit to my brother is this. What we're advocating here is for us to know who we are, because it's written in our DNA, whether we like it or not. That's who we are. We cannot allow it. When you allow your religion is not just the spiritual or the feeling, because I think it's focusing on, when it comes to like chasing spiritualism in the name of religion, going to church and worshiping. What we're saying is beyond that. The food we eat, the way we dress, who we wear, how our ancestors lived. That's what we are aware of life. That's what we're calling religion. That's what religion is, because religion is your value system, your way of life, even the spiritual aspect of it, the way you try to find to communicate with God. And all these things are shaped based on your environment and the things within your environment, which they have come to let us know or tell us, force us to believe that our own is dirty, dark, and unworthy, which is not true. That's what we're trying to say. So people can worship whatever they want to worship, but my argument with them, when you're doing what you're doing, you have a purpose. If you don't achieve that, try something else, because life is quite easy. If you don't take a risk, you can never find what is you don't know. So that's me. I didn't come out of Christianity because somebody ministered to me. I have my reason. I have my conviction. That is why I left. So what we are doing is to open people's mind. Think, ask questions. Ask yourself all these questions. Ask your pastors. Ask your ministers, whoever they are, questions. Maybe you get to that awakening. Then you make that decision. That's what we are doing here. Nothing more, nothing less. That's the way I look at it, man.
We must continue. I think we are gradually heading. We are 4 hours now, heading towards the end of this program, but we must continue. Caller on signal. I think. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
I can hear you much.
There, Mazi, welcome to the program.
There, well, thank you very much. My name is Emi Chris. When before I proceed, I have my golf and of hunger go. Then we didn't check off. My stepfather brother is almost 90 years now. He went to Biafra war, and before he go to the Biafra war, then we had dispute between him and another our stepbrother anyway, our uncle, and both of them. Angoi na Asia na eje onye aka ya dị ọcha ga-elụta, and the other person ahụrụ ya anya ruo anyị na onwe ya, he came back and is alive today up to today. He lives in Olu as I speak. So the same of fun can come. Ije Biafra anyị nwa na-ele ma ịchụ Biafra ma ịmụta Biafra nwere onwe anyị, ndị ichie na ndị mbụ, ndị egede, ndị na-ahụ ụzọ, ndị na-ahụ nye n'ụzụzụ, onye ọbụla aka ya dị ọcha n'ije a gara ije a ishi, mana aka ya ga-adị ọcha n'ije a ihe mere ndị mbụ ga-eme
ise otu a ka ọ dị.
Agwụgwọ m ọfọ m chọrọ ịgọ ka onye ọbụla nọ obi ya dị nwe ebe o chara ori mperi ofile ruto shiri mperi ka onye ọzọ shiri enwe ndị aka ha dị ọcha. Mgbe onye ọbụla nyochara m aka m ga-adị ọcha n'ije anyị, agaghị m agara uche n'ishi, mana aka m dị ụtọ agaghị adị ndụ fún Biafra. My brother, I want to contribute something regarding to what you people have. You have said a lot. The last brother that called on Sky and WhatsApp that you are having educated somehow made a very substantial point there that the Yokoshagi, since you don't know how many years Yokoshagi that church, and that's to give every answer he needed. Why we are taking everybody with our leader so that we must carry everybody along. I got carry on your brother along. Mana, let me give an example or reference through what is happening in Nigeria today. Just a reference. If you see what is happening in Nigerian political dispensation today, you see today they will be obedient to Obi that people are running, even people outside Igbo land or Biafra land are running today, is because the problem of Nigeria, people are being tired of the system of Nigeria. All my things is working very well. Even this youth, if you go and get your PVC, they will not even wake up. They will tell everything concern politics because things are moving very well. In this, they castigate Igbo. Not even Igbo. No Igbo person has responded to that man. But other people from the Edo, from Funani, Hausa area are responding to those people. The system, they needed something, and one thing will happen to what we are talking about in Biafra. By the time you become knowledgeable about our culture, then you compare it and contrast it. You understand this how many years? What impact has it done in our life? And that is exactly what is how will happen. So that is the contribute I want to give to the brother that you speak to us to in order to adjust something. So one other thing I want to say, and when here in my place where I came from, when a child was born, and that child maybe will become rough in life, disturbing, even causing problem, many places you go fighting and quarreling, the elders will look at that child and say, this child, the spirit that didn't collect this boy or somehow is not in order. And I so I will talk about say, you see this person, you will be behaving very well. But then where the corruption in the politics, in this tradition, in Alibo. From this and Hana Banja. So they become using this thing as a means of fraud, duping people. Now people will come in and begin to see that now what in here now work or this is our tradition, this is maybe shit, and people will follow up. And in order to complete this, my brother, you said something. You can't serve two masters at a time. The better religion says that you cannot serve two masters on your that one, and that's the only defeat our religion belief. As is again correct, and people follow it up. But there's one thing I'm still digging out to find out exactly the comprehensive of what happened in Igbo land. My own view and what I've been getting through my research and other things, seems that in the man about our religion and traditional belief and everything was all killed, because if you look the same people that give us religion, the British, the same north they give the Funani, the same bring the same colony, but they left the Funani and the Hausa religion. They didn't touch their own. It's only in our Igbo land they change. We begin to change our name, change everything about us. So as to why do our people
and after
accept
Mazi,
to change all this?
and add it up, after everything imposing their own religion on us, they carry us hand over to another religion. You know, it's absurd. Had it been they supported us and continue supporting, we say, okay, there is something, there is a bond, religious bond between us and them. These are people that we are taking our money, Methodist collection, our money, we send it to Canterbury in England. But they support our killers. You know, all these things is absurd, honestly. It should make reasonable, you know, it's before it seems that we don't reason. I'm telling you, it seems that we don't reason. So this radio is making us, this radio platform is poking our brain to start reasoning. How is it that people that brought and tell you, say, okay, be with us as a disabled, they impose their religion, oh, we are brothers now through religion, but they from back they go and hand you over to another religion to start killing you, subjugating you? Does it make a sense? Does it make any sense?
No,
okay.
Not at all.
Okay, go on.
So now, coming to that, they hand over to the Funanis, and these people worship another god. And what I understand that our ancestors resisted them. As a result of this, they kill the prominent people that could have carried us along in our religious belief and other things. They kill them. Through the teaching of our leader, I understand many things. Our leader said they defeated the people from Maro. Remember, in every community within the Igbo land, have Aro people. They came there to live, and they told us that their people and without us knowing that because of Aro and the Aro British War, they fought for many years, led them to scatter all over Igbo land. In my village, we have them. And I have asked about them many years ago. They live in a plan. They are very intelligent. From the Arab people, and they come in our village. They begin to marry our sisters within the same village. So this is where my question begins to ask. These people from my village are married people from my village. Why? And we don't marry together. Now my uncle and my mother begin to tell me the history of these people, and what they told me is that and that time we some of us refused to integrate with them. Now but through the teaching of our leader, I begin to comprehend the totality of what happened. That these people run out of the Afro-British War, and that's what led them to scatter all over Igbo land, and they colonize it and call it Harumerala. So, my brother, what we are teaching, you people are teaching here, and we are talking here, is to enlighten ourselves. Coming to, you are talking about what we could have given to pay money to Britain and other things. When you come to Vatican here in Italy, where I live, do you know that there are things, even St. Chaplet is so 3,000 euro. 3,000 euro, I'm telling you. Go there, you see it. And the day I went there, I see one of somebody that came from home, and them inside there. And she saw some certain things. She had begun to price all these things they draft, like religious something, church and other things. They begin to price it 3,000, 1,500, 2,000 euro. Then we run away. We say, let us go. We don't know anything in this and that. We say, as you have discovered your own, I discovered my own. As last time I told you that I married, I didn't wed in the church. Even my son, I born here, I never give him the English name. And they have a lot of quarrel. People calling me guy, I can't. He have only and very, I make it to be very long, 9 letters. That is, if you don't like, it's left for you. Because I had one teaching from social media. One woman said, if the white people can pronounce Lewandowski, Schwarzenegger, very complicated to pronounce, then why can't you pronounce Emeka, Uzoma, Chidem? Why? It is your duty, your responsibility to learn how to pronounce it. I'm not going to worry myself. I will tell you this is my name and it's your duty. So this is how we'll be doing it gradually. We reconvert ourselves to our traditional belief. And that is all I have to say. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
There were. Thank you very much, my brother. I will take this last caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Please, you are the last caller. You have been there since exactly 15 minutes. Go on, please.
Mazi, Jonathan, good evening.
Come to the program. Please go on.
I greet Wada Maria Helda.
Thank you. God bless.
Mazi, your submission this evening touched my heart. It's a great teaching that nobody expect that it will come by this time. It's a great teaching. Mazi, so many things have gone wrong. So many things have gone wrong in our communities. Just like as you said, there are so many things in the land which we don't know. And I believe that one thing that happened is because we don't know where we are coming from and who we are. Really, we don't know who we are. If we know who we are, we know that we are number one people on earth. Mazi, in the Eastern region where there are so many traditions, like where I didn't say my name. My name is Olisachukumba. I'm calling from my location in the Zoo Dungeon. But where I come from, in Eastern North, there is a river in my village. That river, they give birth to me. I saw it like that. That place has a dog, a 2-hole, big hole, just like on me. What you call on me, just like that, naturally. 2 or 3 places, big and mighty. And that hole, Mazi, water, you cannot dry water from January to December, even in dry season. And when I was growing up, I come to know that river fed some like 4 villages very close to my place. 4 villages, he fed them water even in the dry season. They fresh water from that river. And I began to grow up. I asked my father, who dug these 3 holes, these big holes? There is water on it every time, and any erosion water cannot enter there. Water from the water cannot flow and enter that place. He told me, my son,
This place saw it like that. That is how Chukwokike do it. And I begin to grow. Some we see mystery things like we used to come. And when we are little, they will tell us not to near that place, that we shouldn't go to river if rainbow appear. And Mazi, can you believe the mystery? When you watch out the rainbow is facing there, dropping his mouth in that place, those holes, that river, and it's covered with bamboo tree, Asian bamboo tree. It's still there now. About 2 holes have covered because this thing that you're teaching this evening. So we forgot to know who we are. We forgot our tradition. And we embrace white tradition. And that is our main problem. But I thank God for this teaching because we are going back where we're coming from. Thank God for Mazi. And Mazi brought us this far and opened our eyes to see what have gone wrong in our life. And we are correcting them. Mazi, that river is still exists now. I'm not telling you this thing is still there. Those mystery I saw. Then one thing that happened after many years, I recite you right now. So you don't jump. So coming home, I get home. So a lady told me, one woman like that, told me that, did I tell anything about the river? I said no, I don't know, but all I know that this river doesn't dry water. I'm talking about how many villages. And it's a woman they married in my village. Maybe in their own villages, they didn't have something like that. He said there is something that why he's telling me this because he saw me from small when they married him that I'm a little bit wise, I'm a staff. So I thank you. I know that how did you do that? He said, that he have seen it. Me. I said thank you. He said there's something a white man, a Chinese, a railway worker that has a contract from the zoo government, a railway worker working the maintenance railway, all the way from state because there's a place in that railway where the river cross you know come outside first. All those things went on the ground, but he has his own map there. So he said that they cross they located there is a big river somewhere. Most that information. Then Chinese men, workers, workers. So I tried to trade down where the source of that, for they did that mighty gutter to cross across the railway, so that's where there is no water. They now trusted it and come to that place and go that location where those two ports, those two modern river is. They get to that place. Then the Chinese man shouts, and the woman was there. The Chinese man was. The woman said, "Chinese, why did you shout?" He said that our people, we are blinded, that nobody know what God Almighty Chukwokike Abiyama have done in this place, what is have hidden here and what he have done in this our land. That this place is a blessed land. That's what the Chinese man said to that woman. And the woman said it to me. I said yes. So Mazi, in your submission, whatever you're saying so many things, there are so many locations in Biafra land. There is so many things, mystery things of testimonies, things that can fetch us money, things that can take us to the modern world that is in Biafra land. There is a river, I want to tell you. That river, they call it Blue River. It's located in Azumbiri in Doki. That is in Aba South. So that is where the river is. It's complete Blue River. If you Google it, it will show you Azumbiri. That river is pure blue. This ECCDC, this Chinese people that was building a road that from Akai to that Azumbiri, they are continuing to Akwete. I was opportune that time. I was a trailer driver. I was opportune to run that road. Then I saw them trying to cover that road because there's a place that water now heap on a place like that. He gathered himself very big in one corner. Then crossing road with the currents, you know where they little one crossing the road. Then now those Chinese, they try to cover that little gap that is crossing over the road. Want to fill it and build
and is there. You know when there's some Philippine the mystery, before they come back the next morning, that little current of river that is crossing the road, the Blue River, carry the whole sound away and scatter them. The people built for some months. They try to please the gods of the water, no way. They try to cover it, no way. But now finally, Mazi, that small current that cross the road that located to the sea branch that go to into the play on those systems that enter to the sea branch. They do it, they could not cover it.
There were Mazi.
No way.
There were, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, my brother. I think you are the last caller. Thank you. There are many things, many mysteries that unexplored in our land. Why? Because of one, ignorance and the effect of this foreign religion. You know, when you want to maybe make research or try to go deep to discover research on something like that, they will tell you, oh, you are entering into Aroshi, please, that thing is demonic, please don't go there. Hey, you want to saw your hand as a demon, this and that. And they use ignorance to cover you, and darkness continues. Wanda, please come in to make your departing remarks and final remarks for today's program before we close. There we go.
Yes, Mazi. People who are asking questions, why are we doing, what are we going to do with people who are still practicing some other religion? Like I said before, the intention is not to make anybody or force anybody to go back to traditional religion. But even the traditional religion we're talking about, we're saying that it needs to evolve. So because no religion is perfect, but everybody holds onto their own. Why should we not hold onto our own? That's the message we are trying to pass through. And if you're doing something and you're not getting the result you want, try something else. Anytime you're doing something, unless you don't have a purpose, you don't have a set goal, and that thing is not paying dividend, you continue to do it, you will do the same thing. Just like the story that one of the callers called. Somebody had an accident, bleeding. You brought out olive oil, poured it on the person. Did he heal? No. He did not heal. But that people will not learn. I have been waiting for anybody that will come out to tell me this happened and I poured the olive oil and the person became well. So olive oil is used for cooking. Olive oil has no spiritual power or strength, because even the way it is processed, the people that are processing it do not attach any spiritual importance to it. They process it as a cooking oil. Our people are the ones using it for whatever. And like I said, yes, it can be used as a product to produce to harness the essence of herbs or roots. When you want to turn it into tincture, it can be used. But if you ask me, I would rather use the palm oil before I use it. I rather use the palm kernel oil, because this relates to my DNA. This relates to my culture. It relates to who I am. I want to be closer to my DNA. There's a reason why I was born there. There is this man, Dr. Serbia. I don't know whether you heard about him. He's dead. He was a Jamaican. And he was sick for a long time. Tried every conventional treatment. He's on internet, Dr. Serbia. They couldn't help him. What he did, when he turned back to Jamaican traditional way of life, eating their own food, and using their herbs, that's how he got his healing. This propelled him. He left the United States and went to somewhere in Spanish, very close to America here, and established a traditional hospital. And he helped a lot of people. I listened to that man's messages. He did had a lot of program he made on this thing. He asked some questions. That was when I started listening to him, when I was coming out from practicing Christianity or any religion at all. He asked this question, which is one of the things I used to make argument with. He said, there's a reason why
When you go to Poland or toward the northern part of the earth, the Arctic region, you have some different, some special kind of animals, you know, like the bears, these ice bears or something like that, snow bears, whatever they call. You don't have them in Africa. There's a reason why, like where I am today, you cannot have, I don't have ugu, I have kale. It's not a mistake. And there's a reason why God put people in those locations. These things are for you to use them, to harness them, to evolve them, and sell the idea to other people. Not everybody will buy it. Even this traditional religion we are promoting, not everybody will buy it. But that's who we are. Because once you allow the value of who you are to go into extent, you as a culture, you as a community of people are done. You are finished. That's what we're talking about here. And that's what we're trying to promote. Thank you, Mazi. I hope that people understand me right.
There, we have finally come to the end of this program. But what I want to say is this. Some people might think that we are casting aspersion or castigating. Let me tell you, we shouldn't and we will never continue being apologetic in what we are doing. It doesn't matter how you see it. Because the people that did this thing to us, we are not even looking at our sentiments. They want to clear us as a people. They want to put us gradually into extinction. So we shouldn't be apologetic also when we're doing our thing, when it's saving ourselves. You understand? That is my stand. Therefore, in as much as we are here, that Biafra is for everybody, every religion. But we must tell ourselves the truth. We identified one of the major problems troubling us as a people, and we are dealing with it in our own way. We are not apologetic at all. You know, as I said before, can you think, I want you to reason, just think. People that came and raped our women, kill our children, they use our babies, they fed our babies to crocodiles for fun. They carried the black people into cities of Europe, locked them as in a cage, and be throwing banana. People will be coming to watch as if they are monkeys and other lower animals. These people that did all these horrible things, they killed for fun. They killed our people for fun, but they want us to go to heaven. Don't you? They want us to go to another better place that, oh, is only paved with gold. Don't you? Before we are stupid. Now we should start reasoning, understand that there is something terribly wrong. These people, they are mocking us. You understand? That is why we have to go back to our who go back to our roots, do our own thing. It doesn't matter whose ass is bent. That is not our problem. You understand? So that is what we are doing here. These people have dealt with us for so long. They have dealt with us for so long. They carried us. They forced us into their way of life, their religion. And now pushing. We continue mumuing. Even they took us to people that are practicing other religions. And, okay. They want us to continue being like that. Being like farm animals. No reaction. Anywhere they turn us, we agree. Oh, we wear tie, we wear under 50 degrees Celsius. We wear tie and suit. In the name of Kaina Meko Kaina, we are one of them in their religion. and they carried us, put us in the hands of killers, the terrorists, supporting them to deal with us. And you are telling me that we should continue like this? Is that what you are telling me? Let us go back to our roots. And that thing, I don't know anything of the way Ekumeku fought, the courage they obtained from our traditional way of life. That is what we are going to go back, because this is go back to, because these Europeans, they are smart in order to demonize and destroy that way of life that challenged them unto us. You understand? So that we continue fighting ourselves and they have the upper hand. The time to change the status quo is now. We start our physical liberation from this mental liberation. That is what we are doing. Therefore, Biafra is our religion. Biafra is who we are. Biafra is our identity. If you don't have, if you have any other religion apart from Biafra, you are mistaken. What we are doing is yielding fruits. Do not be discouraged. The European Parliament, a member of European Parliament, have spoken publicly, first in history, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released. And he called Biafra, he didn't choke her publicly on public television. First in history. Therefore, why should we stop? If we stop, we are all gone. Please, our leader must be released, and we should continue what we are doing. I love the prayer of one of our brothers, that Ogorofondo, onye no na this struggle, that you are not genuine, you have ulterior motive. Elu na alabuoya, meya kajaka, ogare hold the fruit, reap the fruit of his labor. Because it baffles me. Upon what we are suffering, you see people that what matters to them is money, 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 money. How to steal money. The same Nigerian zoo system. We shall never condone this. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, together with Wada Maria and T. Heather. It is simply good evening.
Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
For Japas then cause I know my roots. I know fit to lose that love for them. I'm unstoppable, my people unstoppable. We keep on moving forward. We keep on grinding, grinding. Yeah. Freedom for my people. Freedom. Freedom for my nation. Freedom. Free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Freedom. Freedom for my people. Freedom. We have gone a long way. No going back. We are too big to fall. No, 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 no. Nothing fit to stop us. My people demand freedom. Should be not crime. Should be not crime to ask for your right. Ask for your right. I will take it, let me know. No, we know they do the same thing. We know they go the same way. We don't carry the same language for matter. Free me, make I do my thing. Freedom for my people. Freedom. Freedom for my nation. Freedom. Free Mazi no, no, no. Ooh, oh. Yeah, 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 yeah. We don't pay for the struggle. Yeah. So many people don't go there for the struggle. It's hard time to get our right. All we have for our freedom, we can never, never stop. Biafra is a spirit. Let me see now with the flag. Freedom for my people. Freedom. Freedom for my nation. Freedom. Free Mazi and Kanu. Freedom. Freedom for my people. Freedom is a praise.
Yeah. It's hard to find my focus. It's M. Josh on the beat. Oh, yeah,
It's time to break loose from the chains. It's time for our freedom.
Africa.
Cause we can never let them negotiate our freedom, no. Hundreds of years is gone. No Messiah came for the black man. Told us that Jesus died for us, but the black man still they suffer. The truth be said, Africa will rise at the right time. And the time we're waiting for is right now. No one can hold the truth for a long time. Oh no. So stay awake. The sun is risen from the east. And the Messiah you're waiting is right here. And no one is gonna try to stop that. I can hear